Hello? Can you hear me? Hi. How we doing? Now, I might have stuffed something up. We'll find out. We'll find out shortly. We ready? Ready to find out? 3, 2, 1. We are discovering as we speak. Yes, yes, I have. That's okay. Easy fix. Billy, David, and Morph. Ooh. Usual suspect. Oh, good lord. Everyone, get in here. Welcome in. How we doing? Holy moly, I know. Torrential. You don't want to be slain? It's tough. It is tough. We all feel this way, you know, deep down in our hearts. Finally, nice. Slink, now remind me, is that 3 for 3? Is that 3 out of 3? Have you achieved all 3 18 and aboves? You did it? Hell yeah. Well, on your final 19 in this particular case, you've had an operation up in the Daybreak Drylands going for a while now, chipping away heavy machinery, shifting, pushing, a lot of people working on this thing, and you finally get the giant rib bone that's suspended in sand to shift, move, and collapse, and it is now separated from the rest of its skeletal structure and free for you to move as you like, within reason, right? It's a massive rib bone, but still, it is mobile. Could you get an iced London frog? Walk me through it. What are we talking? Is it a frog that has been put on ice? Is that what we're talking? Or is this like a colloquial term for a drink that I'm not familiar with? Fog? Oh, yes. That makes more sense. I was thinking of the episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Katara and Sokka are sick and they need to go find those frogs that are like submerged in mud in order to... Whatever. Yeah, hell yeah then. What's in a London fog? It says fog. I know. At the best of times, I struggle with reading comprehension. Tea and coffee. Ooh, both? Hell yeah. Okay. You're going to drag it to the bone collector? Off you go then. Off you go. It'll take you a little while because you'll need to get it down into the Duskwood Hollows, and then you'll need to get it to the tavern, and then you'll need to get it below the tavern. But I'd say that's your intention. You start off heading in that direction. But yeah, enjoy your drink, guy. Welcome in, everyone. I hope we're doing well. Just a little bit of a heads up as to where I'm at. I received a lot of like well wishes and hope you're doing wells and everything across the weekend, which I'm incredibly grateful for. Thank you very much so. I'm doing a lot better. I anticipate that it was a combination of a head cold and maybe a bit of exhaustion on my part. Pushing myself as well as like not great sleep isn't a fun combination. Don't recommend it to anyone. But I've made like a full recovery more or less. That doesn't then give me permission to throttle myself. It doesn't like I'm not going to be like, sweet. All of the time that I've set aside to rest now, I'm going to, you know, spend catching up on the things that I didn't get done over the weekend. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to pace myself over the next week or so, see how we're going. And then from there start to ramp up again. Get hydrated. Have any water on hand? I don't have any water on hand. I shall get hydrated soon, I promise. How you doing, Kiwi? How you been? How's my Sunday, Mr. Streamer? It was good. It was good. Don't know how you're going to get it below. We can cross that bridge when we get there. Did somebody just... Did somebody just do a sneaky subscription? And I'm not going to... Your secret is safe with me. Secret is safe with me, hand on heart, I swears. Lucky between one step and the next will be falling into the... Yeah, true. It's always the case. It's very easy to slip and fall into a hole in the ground. I should brag about D&D. I was considering it. Glad that I'm feeling better. Yeah, I am. I am very much so. I feel better. I sound better. All the things. Sleep has been a little bit rough, but not in like a... there is an improvement in the sense that sleep has been rough just because sleep has been rough. It hasn't been rough because I've been dumb. Clear distinction. My behavior has been on point. Sleep has been rough. This is improvement because it used to be I was being stupid. Get the whole ocean in a bucket and throw it at me to keep me hydrated. Oh, I'm very considerate, incredibly so. Planning to work on some art stuff for your class. So if you finish your dailies in games, take your time. Wax poetically of my D&D yesterday. I plan on it. I'm planning on doing like a full explanation. So hold on to your butts. Just finished moderating a stream. Have procrastinating sleep for like 3 to 5 hours. Kiwi, if it's bedtime for you and you should get to sleep, as much as I really enjoy your company, which I do, as much as I highly value your company, please get to sleep, okay? We can catch up later. There's always more time, but sleep is super important, as I keep having to remind myself. But yep, yeah. Casting ice cold water back at Marley's head. Ugh, not on a natty one. Stuart, you gotta get that hole in your pocket fixed. Hey, Tom, bud, welcome in. But here we go. Okay. D&D. Dynamite. Here's how we're going. I'll give a relatively quick recap as to where we're at. We're at session 11, so there's going to be a little bit to go over, but I know you. You're patient. I can trust you. For the first few sessions, our 3 players, an astral druid, a celestial warlock, and a thief rogue. Those are our 3, right? Dynamite, exactly. Dynamite. Investigate the tavern. Ooh. What would you like to dig into specifically on an 18, did you? You binged all of Mighty 9 this weekend with your friends? The show, not the campaign. Yep, no, that makes more sense. Aren't enough hours in 3 days for that? Yep, literally. There's a hole in my pocket, dear Liza, dear Liza. We'll fix it, dear Stewie, dear Stewie, dear Stewie. So we have a druid, a warlock, and a... That's not fixing it, that's flinging the contents out. Dynamite. I'm going to say they're the same, even though they aren't. It's a fun mouthfeel. What do you call a dinosaur involved in explosives? Or dynamite, right? Surely. TNT. Dynamite. Like to glean the tavern's age. Okay. On an 18, you deduce that the tavern has been around for generations. There is wear and tear to it that communicates some of its age, which then implies that it's not ageless. Like, it's not like this wood doesn't succumb to weathering and chips and dinks and that sort of thing. Like, it does sort of sustain age. A few generations old at this point. A few. So like 3 to 5. But we're talking like magical brink eras. So 3 to 5 might be closer to like 200 to 300 years. Bent down to tie your shoes and they fell. Gotta be more careful with these things. But yes, okay, so we've got a warlock, we've got a druid, and we've got a thief, a rogue. They are making their way to a new city, looking for a new life for themselves, each of them for different reasons. This city's name is Steel Crown. It looks like a 3-tiered cake. It's got foundation, which is like its outer area. You've got Upper Crest, which is its middle tier, and then you've got Castletown, which is the middle. Once they arrive, you eat. Yeah, go. Look after yourself, Kiwi. Lovely to see you, bud, but I'm glad that you're getting to sleep. Go get some good one. Go get some good Z's. But yes, they're heading to Steel Crown, the 3-tiered cake. On their arrival, they are surprised to find that the 3rd tier is gone. There is no 3rd tier to the cake. What they find instead is an orb of light crackling above the city, like this. They're like, that's not what we signed up for. Okay. And on attempting to enter the city, they encounter some people called the Order of the Drowned Banner, who are a bunch of mercenaries who have now put themselves in charge of the security of the city, because the old security, the Knights of Rain, used to live in Castletown and are hence mostly all dead, to put things nicely. So they wrestle with those guys a little bit, but they eventually get inside the city, and they go at one of the recommendations of somebody who was part of the caravan that they were part of to somebody called Olivia Coppertusk, so like an old orc lady. They're like getting info about the city from her, blah, 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 blah. But then a giant like tree creature bursts out of a building down the street and starts like attacking civilians and stuff. So they go and deal with that. As part of the process, they decide to keep the creature that pops out of the kaiju alive, and it's like a Spriggan. It's like a little tree person that's sort of fallen out of the core of this creature, and they succeed on medicine rolls. They pump it full of healing and stuff, and they've kept it alive momentarily, but this creature is slowly dying over time. So they keep it within the custody of Olivia Coppertusk. But whilst all of this was going on, her grandson, Griff Coppertusk, got taken in for questioning by the Order of the Drowned Banner. So they're like, frick. If we don't deal with it, then what's going to happen is this nice old lady that we've met is going to go after the grandson and is probably going to get herself killed in the process. So we'll go deal with the thing. In the process, they end up killing one of the Order of the Drowned Banner people, fleeing to another part of the city in the process to try and hide from them for a little bit. But they've got like this ticking time bomb of the Spriggan that they saved is still dying, and they need to get her to like emergency services, basically. So they're hiding on one side of the city, waiting for the people to calm down. And in the meantime, they sort out some stuff with like that part of the city, which is covered in like a plague, basically. Like that little corner of the city has been isolated from the rest of it, covered in a pox. So they go underground, sort of looking for the solution for this while they're waiting anyway for things to calm down on the surface. And they find this giant rat creature the size of the sun that has like 1 million legs. It's got little rats falling off of it actively. It's like spewing sickness into the water around it. It's like a terrifying thing that they have to fight. It's heckin' huge. They eventually slay it. Huzzah. Ding ding ding, we've done it. This session that we had on Sunday. So we're caught up to current day. This session that they started on Sunday, they're just slayed the rat creature. They've done some investigating of the area. They've found some lore regarding the area around them, which is cool. But they've decided, okay, now it's time to head back to where the Spriggan is, because we're running out of time. The day starts with pouring rain. Like it's absolutely bucketing down to the point where it's very difficult to see in front of you. Which is good, because it means that, you know, they're gonna be trying to sneak their way back to the pub called the Crackling Boar to get where the Spriggan is. But they, as a group, roll 11 for stealth, which is like not terrible, but not great. So they start off, they're noticing that like there's far more presence of city guard, like the underlings of the Order of the Drowned Banner are just like mulling around the city, sort of looking at documents and like accosting people, like, have you seen whatever? And they're sneaking, and then they hear this massive like shriek from directly above them. So they go to look up, but before they look up, there's like a boom noise on one of the rooftops next to them, and like a clack clack slide noise. And they look over, and there's a giant eagle that's on one of the rooftops next to them, sort of scouring the street, sort of looking up and down the length. One of them deduces that yes, this creature has in fact identified us. Like it was looking at the people on the street, and then it's like its eyes focused on us for a second. It shrieked again and then took to the sky. They're like, frick. So they try and hide again. So they like jump into an alleyway, and they hear this creature land on the roof directly above them, slide off. And as it goes to land on the pavement next to them, it's the tip-tap of two, shall we say, regular feet, as this thing is transformed into like a really, really, really short wood elf with like long sleeves that reach to the ground. And then she turns around and she's got the eyes of an eagle still. And she's like, I could have sworn that they were here, and then calls out to one of the other Drowned Banner members as she runs down the street. They start to panic. They start booking it for the crackling board. They're like, frick, 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 frick. This guy comes around the corner on a spectral steed, essentially like frothing at the mouth with how pissed he is at these people, ready to accost them. And the warlock steps out and like sets fire to the entire street with wall of flame. He does like this big cone of fire that reaches 20 feet up. It's insane. And it's just like, okay, things have escalated very quickly. They can hear him calling for other guards to go and get more Drowned Banner members. They're like, frick, 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 escalating. The druid polymorphs one of the NPCs that's with them into a rat, transforms into a rat herself. They both land in the hands of the rogue, and then little rat player character looks up at the rogue and says, heckin' run, book it, like as fast as you possibly can, sprint, get out of here. Our rogue has an insane movement speed. She can move 90 feet per turn. Average movement is 30 feet. So you can kind of, so she's like Assassin's Creed parkouring through half of Steel Crown to get out of there as quickly as possible. Out of the fire steps the familiar, let's say, of the necromancer who got engulfed in flames. He's got like a coffin on his back, and presumably he's opened up that coffin, and out of the fire has stepped basically a Frankenstein's monster with an Iron Maiden death casket like mask thing on its shoulders, and he's casting like Toll of the Dead using this thing's head. So the warlock is actively panicking at this point. Runs after the second NPC that was with the group. The eagle lands on the rooftop above them, like transforms again and like knocks on the top of the roof, like, I'm coming in. They both step into the house. The warlock dimension doors 500 feet away. And that's when we ended the session with essentially like the city's partially on fire. A big group of the Order of the Drowned Banner have been alerted to the presence of the party. They've also deemed that the necromancer has a wand of locate object on him, and that's how he's tracking them. It's incredibly tense. Escalation ain't stopping anytime soon. Absolutely not. Flesh golem. It's pretty cool. Once you tripped going up the stairs at school in front of a guy that you used to like, similar degree of stress, yeah. Is it time? Oh, it is the 13th. It is. I won't be able to do I won't be able to do the package opening today, I don't think. Just because with me being sick over the weekend, it bumps our timeline back a little bit. So rain check. I'll open the package on Wednesday instead. And that lines up with the roll as well. So it's canon. Very chill very chill session. No stress was had. Yeah, no stress, none. None at all to be seen. But yeah, that was my Sunday. I had a very good time. There was more that happened in the session, but I'm not gonna summarize I think it was a 5-hour session. I'm not gonna summarize a 5-hour session like right here, right now. Lots and lots and lots happened. It was very, very, very fun. I had a very good time. I think it's my favorite session that we've run so far. Hope it's a bag of manure. It could be. Apparently that goes for quite a bit nowadays. So it'd be the whole like Santa giving you like a sack of coal thing, you know? Goes well on the secondhand market. Oh no, dancing dinos have come for a dance battle. What do you do? A, freeze. B, run. Or C, agree to dance battle. Knowing myself, I'd freeze. I'm not a man of action. D, cast meteor. I smite thee. How you doing, Bebop? How you been? Checks to see if Bunnings would deliver a bag of manure to PO boxes. Potentially. I don't think you'd be able to get it through mail, right? If you can't, like... if you can't send, like, nuts through the mail, you can't send manure, surely not. If the party has a bag of holding, they could dump everything into that, the next round, so it could be tracking to avoid the spell. Yeah, no, they've been like running ideas past each other, like we could do this, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. But it's gonna be spicy. It's coinciding with a break, because something's come up where we would usually play, so it's gonna be a 3-week gap instead of a 2-week gap. So they're gonna have a lot of time to stew on it. They're tracking the bag of holding. It's theirs. Who's to say? Who's to say? Who's to say what our druid did or did not steal? I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I was talking with Digi the night before, so Saturday night. Like, hey, Digi, like, I've got these ideas. What do you think? Like, I've got these variables up in the air, like, blah, 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 blah. What if, what if, what if, what if, what if? And we had big discussions about it. Blah, 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 blah. At one point during the discussion, I told Digi, like, hey, this might happen. And if it does, I am so excited to gaslight my players. I'm so excited. I'm going to do the classic, like, you see something and they're like, really? I saw that. And it's like, yeah, no, you didn't. No, you didn't see that, actually. There's nothing there. You're crazy. It was so good. I got to do it as well. The classic, what was the line? I think it was exactly, Dust, as you're looking at Edmund, the figure behind him turns to look at you. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. So much fun. Oh. Love horror vibes. Hi, Glad. How you doing, bud? Could put it into another bag to hide it. Easy fix. Now an octopus has stolen my pizza. What do I do next? Free choice of anything with this one. Here's the thing. I'm really boring, guy. I'm really boring. If it's me, not a character I'm playing, the outcome is usually going to be I freeze. I'm not a man of action. I'm really not. Daily's done. Now it's time to actually draw. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. This is you said art project, yeah? Have you started on any? You said 3 characters you wanted to do. Number 1 rule of the from Appalachia. If you see it, no, you didn't. I don't know. It's been really fun with this campaign because there was a big gap between when I ran D&D last as a big campaign and then when I started up this one. The last time I played something large was back in 2022. So like a 4-year gap or something, like 3-4 year gap at least. But I haven't stopped looking into how to run D&D since then. Like I've been actively looking into videos and watching other people play and playing little bits and pieces myself and sort of absorbing information, but I haven't really been able to put it into practice because I haven't been running anything. But now, no holds barred. I get to apply all of my little lessons learned over the time. I'm having a phenomenal time of it. Plus, way to change campaigns. Harley Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss, you party. Yeah, exactly. I feel as though I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to let my hair down sometimes. You did a general sketch of the Artificer. Now you're working on a Paladin. Nice. Cool. Artificer needs work, but you'll get to that when you're back at school. Fair. Have a horse butt. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just wanted the general sketch done of it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's good to go through. I actually recommend Squid. You don't have to take my advice at all. But I recommend doing little thumbnails. Basically, what thumbnails are is you break up your sheet of paper into 6 pieces. Doesn't need to be 6. I picked a random number. Break up your paper into smaller bits, and then you do like quick little 5-second. My character kind of looks like this, or my character kind of looks like this, or my character kind of looks like this. Character kind of looks like. You go through and you do 4, 6, 9, 15, like however many you want to do. Go through thumbnail, and once you've done that, you can kind of narrow it down a little bit. You can go, okay, so of the 6, I really like these 2. I really like these 2. And then that means that when you go and do a draft, you could do like one draft of one and another draft of the second one, and you can start narrowing it down even further, you know? It just helps to rapidly go through all the bad ideas. You know, like, I thought that was going to look cool. It really doesn't, but I haven't spent any time working on it. Huzzah! I've saved time. Heard your name from beyond the static veil. You do 9. You did 40 thumbnails for that forest environment with the mage in a tree. Yeah, exactly. Yep. You don't have to do that many. That's well over and above, but yeah, that's the general idea. Might use that when you're back, as you do need to start looking in on things. So you think once you've narrowed down the designs of the characters, you'll start the real work? Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's a tool for narrowing down. You can quickly go through and taste test some things. Like, no, I didn't like that. Oh, a bit spicy for me. Or could use a little bit of salt. And you can, use that little bit of prototyping time to narrow down exactly what you want. You just love thumbnails. They're fun. They're fun. When I mentioned your name, Digi, by the way, I was telling everyone about how I had spoken to you on Saturday about gaslighting my players. and I did get to, by the way, and it was a lot of fun. I got all of the reactions that I wanted. I got the confused reaction, I got the scared reaction, I got the concerned reaction. I was happy, incredibly so. You just found out that Sam Neill, the guy who played Dr. Grant in Jurassic Park, just passed away. He was 79. Ugh. Yeah, he was an Australian legend, that one. Rough. How you doing otherwise, by the way, Parker? That sucks? Yeah, it does. He was quite present on Australian television. Like, he did a lot of Australian telemovies. There were a few like World War II movies that he was part of. There were a few like Australian Outback movies that he was part of. His career well and truly surpassed just the Jurassic Park movies. Major part of your childhood, yeah. Just watched the first one a week ago for the first time in forever. Not to whinge, but I do feel like the Jurassic World movies were always a little bit shallow. Like, I know that they were also supposed to be part of that whole like commentary on consumerism and resuscitating things that are beyond their prime. And like, I understand that that was the purpose for them, but they just felt a little bit. What's the word? Insincere, I guess. Whereas at least at the first Jurassic Park movie, instant classic. Sleep time for you? It's 20 minutes after 1 a.m. Yeah, go look after yourself, Kai. Thanks for hanging out, bud. I'm glad to see that you're doing okay. Get some good sleep. Very shallow, yeah. I'm not wrong. That's the thing. Like, people are going to have different opinions on it. Like, some people really like the new ones. Go for your life. Like, sure, by all means. Cynical, I suppose, is the word that I was looking for. They feel a little bit cynical in the sense that it's like, if you hang your hat on it, if you hang a lantern on it and go, look, we're doing sequel. So yeah, you're acknowledging it, but doesn't make it not true. It doesn't give you carte blanche to be as like lazy as possible with the production of the new movies. I don't know. If they had an idea for it, maybe I'd be more along for the ride. But enjoyed the first one and the recent one. Enjoyed some parts. First one of World, you mean? Enjoyed the yeah. Jurassic Park World was fine. It was inoffensive. The other ones after that, though, the other ones in the World trilogy, is there 3 of them? Those felt a little bit vapid, in my opinion. It felt like all of the ideas that they came up with them, for them, all the ideas that they came up with for them, could have just been different movies. Like, they didn't need to be Jurassic Park movies. And I feel like they could have come up with better concepts if they weren't stuck to the IP. In terms of what I'm doing at the moment, I'm rendering some rings on the Pit King's necklaces. Specifically, what I'm doing is I'm paying attention to where the light source is. I'm placing those rings within the context of the light source. And then I'm going, okay, if the light source is coming from here, how would that light interact with the rings? So like, for example, here, we know that the light source is down in front of the Pit King's chin somewhere. So we've got the light source ping hitting the front of the ring there, but there's nothing stopping the light from hitting the back of the ring there as well. So boom. We've got a little bit of purple influence from the environment around him, sort of interacting with the top of the ring and the sides and stuff. And then we've got a little bit of ambient green as well, where it's like the light's bouncing off of his skin. So we've got some really interesting coloration going on what is fundamentally just a plain silver ring. But you got a lot of stuff bouncing and doing cartwheels and all that. Conceal. I've said too much. The original Jurassic Park movie used to scare you as a kid, especially the T-Rex eating the dude. I'm gonna tattletale. I'm gonna tattletale a little bit. My mum considers the Jurassic Park movie, the first one, to be a horror movie. It's very cute. It's incredibly cute. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. No judgment. No judgment on part. I mean, a little bit of judgment on my part, but it's very cute. Dino juice, crude oil, of course. I mean, we were just talking about the secondhand market earlier, right? It's actually, it is incredibly so. She, again, sorry, Mum. She doesn't do very well with like horror anything. So, in your quintessential just regular movie, how there might be a moment where a character like rushes into a scene or like flings open a door or like lands next to someone unexpectedly. So it's not even a horror movie. It's just a regular movie. Like it's a drama. It's something other than horror, but something startling happens. She'll actively like jump out of her seat with shock every time. It's, I mean, hey, she's immersed, I can't fault her for that. She's there. She's in the moment. She's experiencing the terror. Being closer to the books would have been more of a horror for sure. Yeah, I have heard that Spielberg specifically tried to sort of curb away from the horror elements, yeah. When you were 5, you considered Jurassic Park 3 to be basically a horror movie. A disbelief is suspended, incredibly so. Suspended from the ceiling it is. Used to be like that. No judgment. It's very cute. It is. Because it means that, I don't know, like she's there, she's experiencing it, She's not a cynic like I am. Somebody's about to burst into the scene because they've halted the music. They're going for a jump scare. There it is. Hammond being more of an evil exec, getting his comeuppance, may not have been family friendly. Yeah, I kind of like the fact that he's more of like a naive dreamer in the movie, because it speaks to this idea of just being irresponsible is you're equally culpable for the horrors that take place. If it's like, oh, well, I had good intentions. Yeah, well, the road paved to hell, It's cool. It's a cool moral. I like it. It's unique as well. A lot of movies tend to lean into the whole like, yeah, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you dastardly kids and your stupid dinosaur. From the ceiling, yeah. All the way. Found Coraline scarier than Jurassic Park when you were a kid? Just, sorry, I felt my age for a second. It's fine. When did Coraline come out? Maybe I'm overreacting. Coraline release date. Please, Google. I need it for personal, I need it to prove something. All the spelling errors, that'll do. Coraline film, here we go. 2009. Okay. Older than I thought. By a substantial margin. I thought it came out in like 2012 or something. I was going to say like, oh God. The year you finished school. Yeah. Well, it was going to be the year that I finished school. Don't think I'm overreacting. You feel your age right now. Galactica just sent you over here. She speaks highly of me. If you do manage to speak to her again, hit scan, tell her thank you for me. Welcome in. How you doing? Very appreciative. Oh, my heart. My poor heart. And on that day, it swelled 3 times its size. And Mahali died tragically because his ribcage wasn't really made for a heart 3 times its usual size. Thank you, bud. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. We are rendering a portrait of them at the moment of the dreaded Pit King in the flesh. We've got little sort of references to him all over the place. Like he's got a poster, he's got an emote, he's got little bits and pieces. Digi has done a portrait of him that looks amazing, but I haven't done a portrait at some point, so I wish to correct the matter. It's my time in the sun. He's got an advisor. He does have an advisor, again, made by Digi very recently. It looks heckin' good. Everybody give Mahali a warm fuzz. No. Piss off. You know that I implode. You know that I can't handle it. I had a coronary. But that's not the point of the story. Coronary? The Pit King? I guess so. Everybody requires a coronation if they're going to be king of something. The advisor is the best portrait that you've done. Yeah, probably. Lovely work, both. Heart attack? Yeah. Don't give me a heart attack, please. I want to live. But specifically right now, we are rendering jewelry. He's got quite an eclectic necklace of baubles and rings and jewels, probably. Beads at the very least. We're going through one by one and do a bit of a render. I had my heart grow 3 sizes. It's quite distressing, yeah. And then the Grinch's heart grew 3 times its size. Is he okay? Same as that ring up the top, we are going to introduce some of these local colours. So we've got a little bit of that green bouncing up and hitting. I do want to grab how spicy bright the highlight is there on this part of the ring. We'll probably bring the highlight down to here-ish along that edge. Believe it or not, when you are applying highlights to something, always pay particular attention to the edge of the object that you're highlighting. So for example, if you have a park bench, right? You've got a park bench, it's made of wood or whatever. It looks like this. If you've got the sun, blah, 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 whatever, we'll go the full. You've got a park bench. The sun is coming in from this angle and it's hitting the thing. Yes, there's going to be highlight across here. There's going to be highlight across this surface. There's going to be highlight across this surface. But the most amount of highlight comes from like a true reflection, right? So if you're looking directly into a mirror, that's the angle where you get the most amount of. So like if you shine a torch into a mirror, that's the brightest bit is going to be when it like directly reflects back at you. Because if the torch is like on an angle, the brightest bit like is up there or whatever. Beside the point. So you're going to have some highlight here. You're going to have some highlight here. Corners are lies. Corners are lies. Remember this. Corners are lies. Corners are, in fact, something that looks like this. Regardless of how sharp it is, corners always look like this if you zoom in hard enough. So what this means, basically, is that you get the perfect reflection angle no matter where you are. So if the sun's if the sun's rays are hitting from this angle, you get the perfect reflection. If they're hitting from this angle, you get the perfect reflection. If they hit from this angle, perfect reflection. Hit this angle, this angle, this angle. No matter where you hit a corner from, unless it's like down here, then you're not going to get the perfect reflection. It's going to reflect up that way. But this corner down here, that's when you will. That's when you will get the perfect reflection. Like, corners are incredibly shiny. Even if the material that they're made of isn't particularly reflective, of the entirety of that thing, the corners are always going to be the shiniest bit. Without fail. It's for any angle, really, but corners in particular are light magnets. Corners always line. Exactly. Hi, Egg. Hey, it's on fun. Welcome in. Green skin. Yeah. I'll hide away the draft layer for a second. He's getting rendered. I've done the majority of them, more or less. I'm going to have to go through and add like little specular bits. Like really, really, really shiny bits. Maybe something there or something. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But right now we're taking a break from the rest of his appearance just to render his accessories. So we're going to go through, render these beads, these baubles, the rings, all that jazz. The medals. Gem's greenskins. Always up to no good. No, well, the Pit King is... he's a commendable chap. I knew I was saying it soon, but what an entrance. The slip and slide straight through to the pit. I hope you're doing well, bud. A lot of 19s today. Very high rolls. No natural 20s though, I will admit. Okay. We're going to grab this purple. No. Just grab this purple and bring it into the top of the gold ring. I mean, like this. You have to start with the D20, apologies. That one means that you're going to have bad luck in your DBD game. Oh no. Godspeed. Hopefully you can overcome fate. Isn't that the most compelling though, when an anime character is told like, you will die at the age of 5 or whatever, and they're like, I'm gonna spend all of my years from the ages of 1 to 4 to like get so powerful that I can't, you know? Oh, overcoming dread. Already a bad map? Oh no. Ugh. You got this. You got this. You didn't hit enter. You should know this. Mm-hmm. Do most folks play D&D here then? When Noodle says DBD, it's not D&D, it's something different. It's called Dead by Daylight. It's a survival horror video game where you're running around sort of trying to live against another player who's personifying a horror monster. So like Freddy Krueger or Jason from Friday the 13th. Like they become like a slasher villain like that, and they go around trying to hunt you. And you need to survive and then escape. That's the premise of the game. It's Dungeons by Dragons. That would be an incredible taxi service in like a in a fantasy setting. Would you like to head to your local dungeon? Well, Dungeons by Dragons is your service of choice. Gets you there quick, smart, easy peasy. Dragon Maid Dungeon. I mean, those are always the most fun, in my humble opinion. I will say, I don't think I've ever run a satisfying dragon, though. I've attempted to run dragon encounters twice, and I feel like I fell short of my expectations both times. Because I didn't make them intelligent, you know? That's like half of the thrill of engaging with a dragon is like the battle of wits. If it falls through and you have to fight it, you know, is what it is. But at least giving them the opportunity to like bargain their way out of it, you know. When folks play D&D, do folks play as the same character through different adventures? You can, but it depends on what you're doing. Like for example, with my campaign that I've run now, I've insisted that all of the characters be fresh. Even though Billy has reused a character concept, it's canonically like a new character. Everything that she's experienced is new to this campaign. Like they're two separate characters. Make it die at the start and revive as an undead 400 hours later. That's satisfying too. I mean, what can I say? I do like the idea of it being a friendly dragon that dies at the start as well. Makes it hit just that much harder, you know? Do folks have their character portraits done very often, or do themselves usually? I will say it's rare. People will oftentimes find either like a reference image to something similar. They'll be like, it's kind of this. Unfortunately, with the era that we're in now, like some people like AI generate their stuff, which is like, I don't like it. Is what it is. But oftentimes if somebody gets their character portrait done, it's like a celebration of like a fond game that they played. Like they really, really enjoyed that game. They really, really enjoyed that character. So they got their character portrait done. Or they're an artist and they've just done a portrait for themselves. Guest characters can run through universes like Dark Tower then, as not all medieval fantasy you're gathering or wrong again. That can be how it works. There's no rule of thumb for it because each... Like Dungeons and Dragons isn't like a video game in the sense that you have to adhere to like a specific rule as to how to implement characters. Like, if you wanted to, you could play Spider-Man. You could play canonically Spider-Man with all of the memories of Spider-Man from the Marvel comic universe. Or you might sit at a table and the DM is like, nope, I'm not happy to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to run a game for Spider-Man. I want these to be fantasy characters. Cool. You might run for a table that's like, I encourage people to like reintroduce characters that they had as part of other games. You might have tables that are like, I don't want you to do that at all. I want it to be a fresh new story with no strings attached to previous narratives. Depends on who's running the game, depends on the group. You can play Tom, who played Spider-Man in the new movies. Yeah, like literally you can. Enjoy your life, bud. Almost always go for the new characters anyways. Each character is their own story and campaign. Unless they die, then 2 to 3 characters for that campaign. Yeah. It's a preference thing. D&D at the end of the day is like agreed upon gameplay. Arrow fodder. We don't all play Boromir. Encourage anyone who doesn't know what defenestrate means to give it a Google. Is it graphic? It's a fantastic word. It sounds fun to say. No, it's awesome. Okay, I'm trusting you. It's very specific. Let's have a look. Defenestrate. Thank you, Wiki. Defenestration is the act of throwing someone or something out of a window. The term was coined around the time of an incident in Prague Castle in the year 1618, which became the spark that started the 30-Year War. What? That's so... You are correct. That is incredibly specific. Auto defenestration is... Oh, that's fantastic. That's such a flex as well. The idea of using that in a bit of literature. The Baron doth auto defenestrated himself. Popular Russian word, you imagine? Cheeky. Your English teacher used to say that she wants to defenestrate you. That's funny. I like the idea of like threatening or insulting someone and them needing to like go and look it up. I think it's a very funny concept. You're back and you have ice cream. Who wants some? I'll take some. What flavors are we working with? I have no clue when or where you learned it, but it's one of those things that you don't forget. I don't know. I find a way. It's a sandwich ice cream with half vanilla, half cocoa. I'll take the cocoa half if you don't want it. Friendly reminder from Harley to run ads and to take a break. Yeah. I'll take my break. Okay. Just a heads up. During the break now, I am going to prep us for a bit of reading time because we've got the second half of Winnie the Pooh to enjoy. We were going to finish it last week, but because sick, we didn't get around to it. So we'll be reading the rest of it tonight. But she had the definition on the wall of the classroom next to your desk. Oh, that's even more threatening. Your science teacher was notorious for identifying the class clown chief disruptor each year, holding them by their ankles at the third floor science block window. You never believed it, or your brother, until he did it week 2 of secondary school in your class, different era. Yeah, seemingly so good Lord. Have to eat both. Can't eat half an ice cream. That's what blasphemy. Fair. I'll happily take it. Push up till I get back. Yeah, do it. Hi Davey, how you doing, bud? But yes, okay. Break time. Yep. So get your cushions, drink some water, snacks. Get ready for story time after this. See you soon, Gabby. All right, I'm back. We should be good. If you want to occupy yourself whilst I am sitting here reading, you may. We have this canvas from last time, I believe it was Wednesday. The link for it is posted in the Stream Live channel. You can click into that and jump in and scribble away as I'm reading. Not to imply that these are scribbles, you know what I mean. Welcome back. Thank you, Tika. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. Hi, Pixie. How you doing? Not a new canvas? I don't think so. Well, I'll only be reading for about 2 hours. I don't anticipate that we'll be filling this one up. Yours will be, and I'll be happy to witness it. Is today another community canvas? Not in particular, Ryder. Today's it's a particularly special occasion. Oh, actually, speaking of, do I have any of my mods in chat at the moment? Do I have a Billy, a Kaus, Katya, Noctua, Ghoulie, anyone on hand? Son of a Birch, you're in? Well, I mean, if you insist. Watch it? I will. How am I feeling? Hope I'm improving. Yeah, no, I am improving. I am improving. To answer your question fully, Ryder, today's not a canvas day in particular. We hit 1,000 followers last Saturday. Yes, not this past Saturday, the Saturday before that. And to celebrate, I'm reading a story on stream, as it was written in the scrolls. And while I'm reading anyway, just so that there's something for you guys to do if you'd like to, I've got a canvas open. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me quickly... I need to quickly change categories. I need to change the description for the... It'll take me a sec. I should have done all of this during the break. But yes, as I was saying before, Pixie, at the start of stream, I anticipate what it was something very minor, like a head cold or something, combined with a bit of fatigue on my part, because I've been being silly with my bedtimes. Celebrating, reading Winnie the Pooh, celebrating 1,000 followers. Ba-ba-da-bum. Celebrate good times. Come on, just chatting. There we are. But yes, it was silliness on my part that led to me. It wasn't like a burnout proper, but it was, my body gave up a little bit. So yes, I needed to give it time to recoup across the weekend. Good to hear that. At least it wasn't full blown. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It wasn't like the flu. It wasn't like a full on creative burnout or anything like that. It was just my body kind of doing like a little bit of a collapsy business. Of all the streamers on this platform to get 1,000 followers, definitely one of the most... I was so excited. I thought you were going to do the meme. I thought you were going to do the... You are definitely one of them. Yes. Absolutely destroyed. Happy for me. Keep being me. And congratulations again. Thank you, Ryder. I appreciate you, bud. Thank you. Incredibly kind. Totally understandable. The flu. Yeah, well, I was going to be pissed because I'd just taken my flu shot. Like a couple of weeks back. So the thought of me doing that, doing my, due diligence and then being hit with the flu anyway. Forgot to reply. I was too busy inhaling your tuna rice sandwich. You're good? Just wake up? Good morning. Delicious breakfast again. Oh, I'm doing a terrible job of actually reading the darn book. But remember how last time we spoke, I said that I should probably start eating more delicious things on purpose more often myself. I will say I treated myself to some kiwi fruit the last time I went grocery shopping, because apparently kiwi fruit are in season at the moment. So I've picked up some kiwi fruit and I had one this morning and it was delicious. It is going around. I mean, it's that time of the year, right? You contributed to the board. Now your life is complete. Easy done. Kiwi's delicious. Yeah, no, it was good. It was a good time. You want to walk outside in a bubble with full AC, not get whatever keeps going around. Yeah, like the full hamster ball. I mean, you could. So happy for me. Thank you. I'm happy for me too. Love some kiwis, of course, and the fruit as well. Love and appreciation for everybody in New Zealand. I guess is where I was going with that. Okay. Reading time. Here we go. Chapter 7, in which Kanga and Baby Roo come to the forest and Piglet has a bath. That seems completely tangentially related, but we're going with it. That's the name of the chapter, so here we go. Nobody seemed to know where they came from. But there they were in the forest, Kanga and Baby Roo. When Pooh asked Christopher Robin, how did they come here? Christopher Robin said, in the usual way. If you know what I mean, Pooh. And Pooh, who didn't, said, oh. And then he nodded his head twice and said, in the usual way. Ah. Then he went to call upon his friend Piglet to see what he thought about it. And at Piglet's house he found Rabbit, so they all talked about it together. What I don't like about all this, said Rabbit. Here are we, you, Pooh, and you, Piglet, and me, and suddenly... And Eeyore, said Pooh. And Eeyore. And then suddenly... And Ow, said Pooh. And Ow. And then all of a sudden... Oh, and Eeyore, said Pooh. I was forgetting him. Here we are, said Rabbit very slowly and carefully. All of us. And then, suddenly, we wake up one morning and what do we find? We find a strange animal amongst us. An animal of whom we have never even heard of before. An animal who carries her family about with her in her pocket. Suppose I carried my family about with me in my pocket. How many pockets should I want? 16, said Piglet. 17, isn't it? Said Rabbit. And one more for a handkerchief. That's 18. 18 pockets in one suit. And time. There was a long and thoroughful silence, and then Pooh, who had been frowning very hard for some minutes, said, I make it 15. What? Said Rabbit. 15. 15 what? Your family. What about them? Pooh rubbed his nose and said he thought Rabbit had been talking about his family. Did I? Said Rabbit carelessly. Yes, you said, never mind, Pooh. Never mind, Pooh, said Piglet impatiently. The question is, what are we to do with Kanga? Oh, I see, said Pooh. The best way, said Rabbit, would be this. The best way would be to steal Baby Roo and hide him. And that's so messed up. What? Sorry, in character. Would be to steal Baby Roo and hide him. And then when Kanga says, where's Baby Roo? We say, aha! Aha! Said Pooh, practicing. Aha! Aha! Of course! He went on. We would say aha, even if we hadn't stolen Baby Roo. Pooh, said Rabbit kindly. You haven't any brain. I know, said Pooh humbly. We say aha, so that Kanga knows that we know where Baby Roo is. Aha means we'll tell you where Baby Roo is if you promise to go away from the forest and never come back. Now don't talk while I think. That's super... Rabbit, that's so mean. Don't. Stop, Rabbit. This is a bad plan. Anyway. Pooh went into a corner and tried saying aha in that sort of voice. Sometimes it seemed to him that it did mean what Rabbit said. And sometimes it seemed to him that it didn't. I suppose it's just practice, he thought. I wonder if Kanga will have to practice too, so as to understand it. There's just one thing, said Piglet, fidgeting a bit. I was talking to Christopher Robin, and he said that a Kanga was generally regarded as one of the fiercer animals. I'm not frightened of fierce animals in the ordinary way, but it is, well, It is well known that if one of the fiercer animals is deprived of its young, it becomes as fierce as two of the fiercer animals, in which case, aha, is perhaps a foolish thing to say. Piglet, said Rabbit, taking out a pencil and licking the end of it. You haven't any pluck. It's hard to be brave, said Piglet, sniffling slightly, when you're only a very small animal. It's true, Piglet. As a small animal myself, I completely agree. Rabbit, who had been begun to write very busily, looked up and said, "It is because you are a very small animal that you will be useful in the adventure before us." Piglet was so excited at the idea of being useful that he forgot to be frightened anymore. And when Rabbit went on to say that kangas were only fierce during the winter months, being at other times an affectionate disposition, he could hardly sit still. He was so eager to begin being useful at once. "What about me?" said Pooh sadly. "I suppose I shan't be useful." Never mind, Pooh, said Piglet comfortingly. "Another time, perhaps." "Without Pooh," said Rabbit solemnly as he sharpened his pencil, "the adventure would be impossible." "Oh," said Piglet, and tried not to look disappointed. But Pooh went into a corner of the room and said proudly to himself, "Impossible without me! That sort of bear." "Now listen, all of you," said Rabbit when he had finished writing, and Pooh and Piglet sat listening very eagerly with their mouths open. This was what Rabbit read out. "Plan to capture Baby Roo." 1. General remarks. Kanga runs faster than any of us, even me. More general remarks. Kanga never takes her eye off Baby Roo except when he's safely. 2. Buttoned up in her pocket. Therefore, if we are to capture Baby Roo, we must get a long start because Kanga runs 3. Faster than any of us, even me, C1. A thought. If Roo had jumped out of Kanga's pocket and Piglet had jumped in, Kanga 4 wouldn't know the difference between because Piglet is a very small animal. Very clever, incredibly. 5, like Roo. But Kanga would have to be looking the other way first, so as to not see Piglet jumping. 6, in. 7, C2. Another thought. But if Pooh was talking to her very excitedly, she might look the other 8 way for a moment. 9, and then I could run away with Roo. 10, quickly. 11, and Kanga wouldn't discover the difference until afterwards. This is a terrible way to write out a plan. These aren't even bullet points. You just randomly through, whatever. Well, Rabbit read this out proudly, and for a little while after he had read it, nobody said anything. And then Piglet, who had been opening and shutting his mouth without making any noise, managed to say very huskily, okay. And afterwards? How do you mean? When Kanga does discover the difference, then we'll all say aha. All 3 of us? Yes. Oh. Why? What's the trouble, Piglet? Nothing, said Piglet. As long as we all 3 say it. As long as we all 3 say it, said Piglet. I don't mind, he said. But I shouldn't care to say aha by myself. It wouldn't sound nearly so well, by the way, he said. You are quite sure about what you said about the winter months? The winter months? Yes, only being fierce in the winter months. Oh, yes, that's all right. Well, Pooh? You see what you have to do? No, said Pooh Bear. Not yet, he said. What do I do? Well, You just have to talk very hard to Kanga so she doesn't notice anything. Oh, what about? Anything you like. You mean like telling her a little bit of poetry or something? That's it, said Rabbit. Splendid. Now come along. So they all went out to look for Kanga. Kanga and Roo were spending a quiet afternoon in a sandy part of the forest. Baby Roo was practicing very small jumps in the sand and falling down mouse holes and climbing out of them. And Kanga was fidgeting about and saying, "Just one more jump, dear, and then we must go home." And at that moment, who should come stumping up the hill but Pooh. "Good afternoon, Kanga." "Good afternoon, Pooh." "Look at me jumping," squeaked Roo and fell into another mouse hole. "Hello, Roo, my little fellow." "We were just going home," said Kanga. "Good afternoon, Rabbit. Good afternoon, Piglet." Rabbit and Piglet, who had now come up from another side of the hill, said good afternoon and hello, Roo, and Roo asked them to look at him jumping, so they stayed and looked. And Kanga looked too. "Oh, Kanga," said Pooh, after Rabbit had winked at him twice. "I don't know if you're interested in poetry at all." "Hardly at all," said Kanga. "Oh," said Pooh. It's fantastic. It's the harshest shutdown I think I've ever heard. "Roo, dear, just one more jump and then we must go home." There was a short silence while Roo fell down another mouse hole. "Go on," said Rabbit in a loud whisper behind his paw. "Talking of poetry," said Pooh, "I made up a little piece as I was coming along. It went a little like this. Now let me see." "Fancy," said Kanga. "Now, Roo, dear." You'll like this piece of poetry," said Rabbit. "You'll love it," said Piglet. "You must listen very carefully," said Rabbit. "So as to not miss any of it," said Piglet. "Oh yes," said Kanga, but she still looked at Baby Roo. "How did it go, Pooh?" said Rabbit. Pooh gave a little cough and began. Oh, here we go. Lines written by a bear of very little brain. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you for preparing me. Thank you for preparing me for the reading. "On Monday, when the sun is hot, I wondered to myself a lot. Now is it true or is it not? That what is which and which is what? On Tuesday, when it hails and snows, the feeling on me grows and grows, that hardly anybody knows if those are these or these are those. On Wednesday, when the sky is blue and I have nothing else to do, I sometimes wonder if it's true that who is what and what is who. On Thursday, when it starts to freeze and hoar frost twinkles in the trees, how very, very readily one sees that these are whose, but whose are these. On Friday, yes, it is, isn't it? Said Kanga, not wanting to hear, not waiting to hear what happened on Friday. Just one more jump, Roo dear, and then we'll be heading. Then we must be going. We must be going. Rabbit gave Pooh a hurrying up sort of nudge. Talking of poetry, said Pooh quickly, have you ever noticed that the trees right over there? Oh, sorry. Have you ever noticed that tree right over there? Where? Said Kanga. Now, Roo, right over there, said Pooh, pointing behind Kanga's back. No, said Kanga. Now jump in, Roo dear, and we'll go home. You ought to look at the tree right over there, said Rabbit. Shall I lift you in, Roo? And he picked up Roo in his paws. I can see a bird in it from here, said Pooh. Or is it a fish? You ought to see that bird from here, said Rabbit, unless it's a fish. It isn't a fish, it's a bird, said Piglet. So it is, said Rabbit. Is it a starling or a blackbird, said Pooh. That's the whole question, said Rabbit. Is it a blackbird or a starling? And then at last, Kanga did turn her head to look, and the moment that her head was turned, Rabbit said in a loud voice, In you go, Roo! and jumped Piglet into Kanga's pocket, and off scampered Rabbit with Roo in his paws as fast as he could. He is a menace. Absolute menace gremlin behavior. Why, where's Rabbit? Said Kanga, turning round again. Are you all right, Roo, dear? Piglet made a squeaky Roo noise from the bottom of Kanga's pocket. Rabbit had to go away, said Pooh. I think he thought of something he had to go do and see about suddenly. And Piglet? I think Piglet thought of something at the same time suddenly. Well, we must be getting home, said Kanga. Goodbye, Pooh. And in 3 large jumps, she was gone. Pooh looked after her as she went. I wish I could jump like that, he thought. Some can and some can't. That's how it is. But there were moments when Piglet wished that Kanga couldn't. Often. When he had a long walk home through the forest, he had wished that he were a bird. But now he thought jerkily to himself at the bottom of Kanga's pocket, this take. If I shall really to flying I never it. He's clearly discombobulated. And as he went in the air, he said, ooh. As he came down, he said, ow. And he was saying, ooh, ow, ooh, all the way to Kanga's house. Of course, as soon as Kanga unbuttoned her pocket, she saw what had happened. Just for a moment, she thought she was frightened, and then she knew she wasn't, for she felt quite sure that Christopher Robin would never let any harm happen to Roo. So she said to herself, if they are having a fun joke with me, I will have a joke with them. Oh, hell yeah. I can see where this is going already. Now then, Roo dear, she said, as she took Piglet out of her pocket. Bedtime. Aha! Said Piglet, as well as he could after his terrifying journey. But it wasn't a very good aha. And Kanga didn't seem to understand what it meant. Bath first, said Kanga, in a cheerful tone. Aha! Said Piglet again, looking round anxiously for the others. But the others weren't there. Rabbit was playing with baby Roo in his own house and feeling more fond of him every minute. And Pooh, who had decided to be a Kanga, was still at the sandy place at the top of the forest, practicing jumps. I'm not at all sure, said Kanga in a thoughtful voice, that it wouldn't be a good idea to have a cold bath this evening. Would you like that, Roo dear? Piglet, who had never been really fond of baths, shuddered, a long, indignant shudder, and said in a brave voice as he could, Kanga, I see that the time has come to speak plainly. Funny little Roo, said Kanga as she got the bath water ready. I am not Roo, said Piglet loudly. I am Piglet. Yes, dear, yes, said Kanga soothingly, and imitating Piglet's voice too, so clever of him. She went on as she took a large bar of yellow soap out of the cupboard. What will he be doing next? Can't you see? Shouted Piglet. Haven't you got eyes? Look at me. I am looking, Roo dear. And Kanga said Kanga rather severely, and you know what I told you yesterday about making faces. If you go on making faces like Piglet's, you will grow up to look like Piglet, and then think about how sorry you will be. Now then, into the bath, and don't let me have to speak to you about it again. Before he knew where he was, Piglet was in the bath, and Kanga was scrubbing him firmly with a large, lathery flannel. Ow! Cried Piglet. Let me out! I'm Piglet! Don't open the mouth, dear, or the soap goes in, said Kanga. There. What did I tell you? You did that on purpose, sputtered Piglet, as soon as he could speak again, and then accidentally had another mouthful of lathery flannel. That's right, dear. Don't say anything, said Kanga, and in another minute, Piglet was out of the bath and being rubbed dry with a towel. Now, said Kanga, there's your medicine, and then bed. But what medicine? Said Piglet. To make you grow big and strong, dear. You don't want to grow up small and weak like Piglet, do you? Well then, she's having far too much fun. I mean, given the circumstances, by all means. But it's so good. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," said Kanga, and in came Christopher Robin. "Christopher Robin, Christopher Robin," cried Piglet. "Tell Kanga who I am. She keeps saying I'm Roo. I'm not Roo. Am I?" Christopher Robin looked at him very carefully and shook his head. "You can't be Roo," he said, "because I've just seen Roo play. Because I've just seen Roo playing in Rabbit's house." "Well," said Kanga, "fancy that. Fancy my making a mistake like that." "There you are," said Piglet. "I told you so. I'm Piglet." Christopher Robin shook his head again. "Oh, you're not Piglet," he said. "I know Piglet well, and he's quite a different colour." Piglet began to say that this was because he had just had a bath, and then he thought that perhaps he wouldn't say that. And as he opened his mouth to say something else, Kanga slipped in the medicine spoon and then patted him on the back, told him that it was really quite a nice taste when you get used to it. "I knew it wasn't Piglet," said Kanga. "I wonder who it can be. Perhaps it's some relations of Pooh." "Some relation of Pooh's," said Christopher Robin. "What about a nephew or an uncle or something?" Kanga agreed that this was probably what it was and said that they would have to call it by some name. "I shall call it Pootle." Christopher Robin. "Henry Pootle for short." That's not shorter, Christopher Robin. That is substantially longer. That is double in length, if anything. And just when it was decided, Henry Pootle wriggled out of Kanga's arms and jumped to the ground. To his great joy, Christopher Robin had left the door open. Never had Henry Pootle Piglet run so fast as he ran then, and he didn't stop running until he had got quite close to his house. And when he was 100 yards away, he stopped running and rolled the rest of the way home so as to get his own nice comfortable colour again. So Kanga and Roo stayed in the forest. And every Tuesday, Roo spent the day with his great friend Rabbit. And every Tuesday, Kanga spent the day with her great friend Pooh, teaching him to jump. And every Tuesday, Piglet spent the day with his great friend Christopher Robin, so they were all happy again. Fantastic. The clarity of mind to be like, they have stolen my child. Well, time for pranks. Welcome in, Elaine. Sorry, I did see you before, but I'm trying not to take breaks from the chapters until I get to the end. How you doing, bud? You're so sad, Sam Neill. Yeah, we did hear about the news before. His portrayal of that character has inspired you to get into paleontology. Wait, what? As in you study paleontology, or you have an interest in paleontology? Hi, Noel. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. I feel your pain. Parenting is hard, ain't it just? Piglet doing the cold plunge for muscle recovery therapy. Either that or the ice bucket challenge by the sounds of things. Doing good. I'm glad to hear. Hi, Izzy. Welcome in. How you doing, bud? Let's have a look at... Oh my goodness. Do we have Sad Batman in the bottom left-hand corner? We've got Sad Batman. We've got notes flurrying in the wind. I like a lot. We've got definitely not Roo. Of course. Glorious. Ooh. We have biblically accurate Winnie the Pooh in the bottom right. I like the lighting. Why did I zoom in? Because I had to. Is this David? Is this David's edition? Okay. It was a well laid out plan to kidnap Roo. I mean, successfully so. But I feel as though they stumbled on on the finishing line. It's like going through all of the work to set up a surprise birthday party and then forgetting to actually be at the surprise birthday party, you know? So then the birthday person in question turns up to the address and there's just nobody there and there's a cake. Nobody and a cake and some streamers or something. You imagine this is the first draft? Yeah, well, it sounded like it, yeah. Did I like the full resolution render? I did, but I'll add a little asterisk to that. I did, but I did see it first thing in the morning. So I should look at it a second time. So the next time I have a break, I'll make sure to spend a little bit of time having a look. Because I can't speak for the rest of you, but at least whenever I wake up in the morning, there's like a stupidity filter in front of my eyes, in front of all of my senses actually. So I don't trust morning Mahali. Okay, next chapter. Chapter 8, in which Christopher Robin leads an expedition. Expedition? That's not how you spell expedition. That's fine. An expedition to the North Pole. I suspect it was done on purpose this way. One fine day, Pooh had stumped up to the top of the forest to see if his friend Christopher Robin was interested in bears at all. At breakfast that morning, a simple meal of marmalade spread lightly over a honeycomb or two, he had suddenly thought of a new song. It began like this. Of course it's a song. Of course it's a song. I will try my best. Sing ho for the life of a bear. When he had got as far as this, he scratched his head and thought to himself, that's a very good start for a song. But what about the second line? He tried singing ho, ho 2 or 3 times, but it didn't seem to help. Perhaps it would be better, he thought, if I sang hi for the life of a bear. So he sang it, but it wasn't. Very well then, he said. I shall sing that first line twice, and perhaps if I sing it very quickly, I shall find myself singing the 3rd and 4th lines before I have time to think about them. And that will be a good song. Now then. Sing ho for the life of a bear. Sing ho for the life of a bear. I don't much mind if it rains or snows, because I've got a lot of honey on my nice new nose. I don't much care if it snows or thaws, because I've got a lot of honey on my nice clean paws. Sing ho for a bear, sing ho for a Pooh. And I'll have a little something in an hour or 2. He was so pleased with this song that he sang it all the way to the top of the forest. And if I go on singing it much longer, he thought, it will be time for a little something. And then the last line won't be true. So he turned it into a hum instead. Christopher Robin was sitting outside his door, putting on his big boots. As soon as he saw the big boots, Pooh knew that it was an adventure was going to happen. And he brushed the honey off his nose with the back of his paw and spruced himself up as well as he could, so as to look ready for anything. Good morning, Christopher Robin, he called out. Hello, Pooh Bear. I can't get this boot on. That's bad, said Pooh. Do you think you could very kindly lean against me, as I keep pulling so hard that I fall over backwards? Pooh sat down, dug his feet into the ground, and pushed hard against Christopher Robin's back. And Christopher Robin pushed hard against his, and pulled at his boot until he had it on. And that's that, said Pooh. What do we do next? We are all going on an expedition, said Christopher Robin, as he got up and brushed himself. Thank you, Pooh. Going on an expedition, said Pooh eagerly. I don't think I've ever heard of one of those. Where are we going on this expedition? Expedition, silly old bear. It's got an X in it. Oh, said Pooh. I know. But he didn't really. We're going to discover the North Pole. Oh, said Pooh again. What is the North Pole? He asked. It's just a thing you discover, said Christopher Robin carelessly, not being quite sure himself. Oh, I see, said Pooh. Are bears any good at discovering it? Of course they are. And Rabbit, and Kanga, and all of you. It's an expedition. That's what an expedition means. A long line of everybody. You'd better tell the others to get ready, while I see if my gun's all right. We must all bring provisions. Oh, he's bringing his gun again. Christopher Robin, stop. Don't need a gun. Fine. Bring what? Things to eat. Oh, said Pooh happily. I thought you said provisions. So good. I'll go and tell them. And he stumped off. The first person he met was Rabbit. For those who misunderstood that, because I'm an untrustworthy narrator. Like sometimes I just mispronounce things. He literally did say, tell the others to get ready, blah, blah, blah. And we must all bring provisions, right? He said, we must all bring provisions. Bring what? Things to eat. So he's clarified, like, provisions are things that you eat. Oh, said Pooh happily. I thought you said provisions. I'll go and tell them, and he stopped up. Very good. The first person he met was Rabbit. Hello, Rabbit, he said. Is that you? Let's pretend it isn't, said Rabbit, and see what happens. Rabbit's such a menace. Why? I've got a message for you. I'll give it to him. We're all going on an expedition with Christopher Robin. What is it when we're on it? A sort of boat, I think, said Pooh. Oh, that sort. Yes, and we'll be going to discover a pole or something. Or is it a mole? Anyhow, we're going to discover it. We are we? Said Rabbit. Yes, and we're going to bring things to eat with us, in case we want to eat them. Now, I'm going down to Piglet's. Tell Kanga, will you? He left Rabbit and hurried down to Piglet's house. The piglet was sitting on the ground at the door of his house, blowing happily at a dandelion, and wondering whether it would be this year, next year, or sometime or never. He had just discovered that it would be never, and was trying to remember what it was, and hoping it wasn't anything nice, when Pooh came up. Oh, Piglet, said Pooh excitedly. We're going on an expedition, all of us, with things to eat. To discover something. To discover what? Said Piglet anxiously. Oh, just something. Nothing fierce? Christopher Robin didn't say anything about fierce. He said, had an X. It isn't their necks, I mind, said Piglet earnestly. It's their teeth. I get it. That's very clever. He just said it had an X. If it isn't their necks, I mind, said Piglet earnestly, because he misunderstood, because he thought, whatever. It's their teeth. But if Christopher Robin is coming, I don't mind anything. In a little while, they were already at the top of the forest, and the expedition started. First came Christopher Robin and Rabbit, then Piglet and Pooh, then Kanga with Roo in her pocket, and Owl, then Eeyore, and at the end, in a long line, all Rabbit's friends and relations. I didn't ask them, explained Rabbit carelessly. They just came. They always do. They can march at the end after Eeyore. What I say, said Eeyore, is that it's unsettling. I didn't want to come on this expo. What Pooh said. I only came to oblige. But here I am, and if I am at the end of the expo, what we're talking about, then let me be at the end. But if every time I want to sit down for a little rest, I have to brush away half a dozen of Rabbit's smaller friends and relations first, then this isn't an expo, whatever it is, at all. It's simply a confused noise. That's what I say. I see what Eeyore means, said Owl. If you ask me, I'm not asking anybody, said Eeyore. I'm just telling everybody. We can look for the North Pole, or we can play Here We Go Gathering Nuts in May with the end part of an ant's nest. It's all the same to me. There was a shout from the top of the line. Come on, called Christopher Robin. Come on, called Pooh and Piglet. Come on, called Owl. We're starting, said Rabbit. I must go. And he hurried off to the front of the expedition with Christopher Robin. All right, said Eeyore. We're going. Only don't blame me. So off they all went to discover the pole. And as they walked, they chatted to each other of this and that. All except Pooh, who was making up a song. Here we go. This is the first verse, he said to Piglet, when he was ready with it. First verse of what? My song. What song? This one. Which one? Well, if you listen, Piglet, you'll hear it. How do I know when I'm listening, when I'm not listening? Pooh couldn't answer that one, so he began to sing. They all went off to discover the pole. Owl and Piglet and Rabbit and all. It's a thing you discover, as I've been told, by Owl and Piglet and Rabbit and all. Eeyore, Christopher Robin and Pooh and Rabbit's relations all went too. And where the pole was none of them knew, sing hey for Owl and Rabbit and all. Hush, said Christopher Robin, turning round to Pooh. We're just coming to a dangerous place. Hush, said Pooh, turning round quickly to Piglet. Hush, said Piglet to Kanga. Hush, said Kanga to Owl, while Roo said hush several times to himself very quietly. Hush, said Owl to Eeyore. Hush, said Eeyore in a terrible voice to all of Rabbit's friends and relations. And hush. They said hastily to each other all down the line until it got to the last one of all. And the last and smallest friend and relation was so upset to find that the whole expedition was saying hush to him, and that he hurried himself head downwards in a crack in the ground and stayed there for 2 days until the danger was over, and then went home in a great hurry and lived quietly with his aunt ever afterwards. His name was Alexander Beetle. We got the full lifetime of that particular character, hell yeah. They had come to a stream which twisted and tumbled between high rocky banks, and Christopher Robin saw at once how dangerous it was. It's just the place, he exclaimed, for an ambush. What sort of bush? Whispered Pooh to Piglet. A gorse bush? My dear Pooh, said Owl in a superior way. I don't know. Don't you know what an ambush is? Ow, said Piglet, looking round himself severely. Tiglet, I know. Severely. Pooh's whisper was a perfectly private whisper, and there was no need. An ambush, said Owl. It's a sort of surprise. So is a gorse bush. Gorse bush sometimes, said Pooh. An ambush, as I was about to explain to Pooh, said Piglet, is a sort of surprise. If people jump out at you suddenly, that's an ambush, said Owl. It's an ambush, Pooh, when people jump at you suddenly, explained Piglet. Pooh, who now knew what an ambush was, said that a gorse bush had sprung at him suddenly one day when he fell off a tree, and he had taken 6 days to get all the prickles out of himself. We are not talking about gorse bushes, said Owl a little crossly. I am, said Pooh. They were climbing very cautiously up the stream now, going from rock to rock, and after they had gone a little way, they came to a place where the banks widened out at each side, so that on each side of the water there was a level strip of grass on which they could sit. Down and rest. That was very strangely, formatted. As soon as he saw this, Christopher Robin called, "Halt!" and they all sat down and rested. I think, said Christopher Robin, that we ought to eat all our provisions now, so that we shan't have so much to carry. Eat all our what? Said Pooh. All that we've brought, said Piglet, getting to work. That's a good idea, said Pooh, and he got to work. Have you all got something? Asked Christopher Robin with his mouth full. Sorry. Have you all got something? Asked Christopher Robin with his mouth full. All except me, said Eeyore, as usual. He looked around at all of them in a melancholy way. I suppose none of you are sitting on a thistle by any chance? I believe I am, said Pooh. Ow! He got up and looked behind him. Yes, I was. I thought so. Thank you, Pooh. If you've quite finished with it. He moved across to Pooh's place and began to eat. It didn't do them any good, you know, sitting on them, he went on, as he looked up munching. Takes all the life out of them. Remember that another time, all of you. A little consideration, a little thought for others makes all the Eeyore, you're fine. A little consideration, a little thought for others makes all the difference. As soon as he had finished his lunch, Christopher Robin whispered to Rabbit, and Rabbit said, yes, yes, of course, and then walked a little way up the stream together. I didn't want the others to hear, said Christopher Robin. Quite so, said Rabbit, looking important. I wondered. It's only Rabbit. I suppose you don't know. What does the North Pole look like? Well, said Rabbit, stroking his whiskers. Now you're asking me. I did know once, only I sort of forgotten, said Christopher Robin carelessly. It's a funny thing, said Rabbit, but I've sort of forgotten too, although I did know once. I suppose it's just a pole stuck in the ground? Sure, it would be a pole, said Rabbit. I think of calling it a pole, and if it's a pole, well, I should think it would be sticking in the ground, shouldn't you? Because there'd be nowhere else to stick it. Yes, that's what I thought. The only thing, said Rabbit, is where is it sticking? That's what we're looking for, said Christopher Robin. They went back to the others. Piglet was lying on his back, sleeping peacefully. Roo was washing his face and paws in the stream, while Kanga explained to everybody proudly that this was the first time he had ever washed his face himself. And Owl was telling Kanga an interesting anecdote full of long words like encyclopedia and rhododendron, to which Kanga wasn't listening. I don't hold with all this washing, grumbled Eeyore. This modern behind-the-ears nonsense. What do you think, Pooh? Well, said Pooh, I think. But we shall never know what Pooh thought, for there came a sudden squeak from Roo, a splash and a loud cry of alarm from Kanga. So much for washing, said Eeyore. Eeyore, stop! Stop, Eeyore, stop! Roo's fallen in, cried Rabbit, and he and Christopher Robin came rushing down to the rescue. Look at me swimming, squeaked Roo from the middle of his pool, and he was hurried down a waterfall into the next pool. Are you all right, dear? Called Kanga anxiously. Yes, said Roo. Look at me. And down he went into the next waterfall into another pool. Everybody was doing something to help. Piglet, wide awake suddenly, was jumping up and down and making, ooh, I say, noises. Owl was explaining that in a sudden and temporary immersion, the important thing was to keep the head above water. Kanga was jumping along the bank, saying, Are you sure you're all right, Roo dear? In which Roo, from whatever pool he was in at the moment, was answering, Look at me swimming! Eeyore had turned round and hung his tail over the first pool in which Roo fell, and with his back to the accident, was grumbling quietly to himself and saying, All this washing. But catch onto my tail, little Roo, and you'll be all right. And Christopher Robin and Rabbit came hurrying past Eeyore and went calling out to the others in front of them. At least he's trying. He's trying something. Misplaced attempt, but regardless. All right, Roo, I'm coming, called Christopher Robin. Get something across the stream, lower down. Some of you fellows, called Rabbit. But Pooh was getting something. 2 pools below Roo, he was standing with a long pole in his paws, and Kanga came up and took one end of it, and between them, they held it across the lower part of the pool. And Roo, still bubbling proudly, Look at me swimming. Oh, this is the most like, this is the best swimming I've ever seen. Drifted up against it and climbed out. Did you see me swimming? You know what? Keep it. Did you see me swimming? Squeaked Roo excitedly, while Kanga scolded him and rubbed him down. Pooh, did you see me swimming? That's called swimming, what I was doing. It's not what's written, but we're going with it. Rabbit, did you see what I was doing? Swimming. Hello, Piglet. I say, Piglet. What do you think of what I was doing? Swimming. Christopher Robin, did you see me? But Christopher Robin wasn't listening. He was looking at Pooh. Pooh, he said, where did you find that pole? Pooh looked at the pole in his hands. I just found it, he said. I thought it would be useful. I just picked it up. Pooh, said Christopher Robin solemnly. The expedition is over. You have found the North Pole. Oh, said Pooh. Eeyore was sitting with his tail in the water when they all got back to him. Tell Roo to be quick, somebody. Tell Roo to be quick, somebody, he said. My tail's getting cold. I don't want to mention it, but I just mentioned it. I don't want to complain, but there it is. My tail's cold. Here I am, squeaked Roo. Oh, there you are. Did you see me swimming? Eeyore took his tail out of the water and swished it from side to side. As I expected, he said. Lost all feeling. Numbed it. That's what it's done. Numbed it. Well, as long as nobody minds, I suppose it's all right. Poor old Eeyore. I'll dry it for you, said Christopher Robin. He took out his handkerchief and rubbed it up. Thank you, Christopher Robin. You're the only one who seems to understand about tails. They don't think that's what's the matter with some of these others. They've no imagination. A tail isn't a tail to them. It's just a little bit of extra at the back. Never mind, Eeyore, said Christopher Robin, rubbing his hardest. Is that better? It's feeling more like a tail, perhaps. It belongs again, if you know what I mean. Hello, Eeyore, said Pooh, coming up to them with his pole. Hello, Pooh. Thank you for asking, but I shall be able to use it again in a day or two. Stop, Eeyore, stop. You're being such a wet blanket. Anyway, use what? Said Pooh. What we were talking about. I wasn't talking about anything, said Pooh, looking puzzled. My mistake again. I thought you were saying how sorry you were about my tail being all numb, and you could do anything to help. No, said Pooh. That wasn't me, he said. He thought for a little and then suddenly, and then he suggested helpfully, perhaps it was somebody else. Well, thank him for me when you see him. Pooh looked anxiously at Christopher Robin. Pooh's found the North Pole, said Christopher Robin. Isn't that lovely? Pooh looked modestly down. Is that it? Said Eeyore. Yes, said Christopher Robin. Is that what we were looking for? Yes, said Pooh. Oh, said Eeyore. Well, anyhow, it didn't rain, he said. They stuck the pole in the ground and Christopher Robin tied a message to it. North Pole, discovered by Pooh. Pooh found it. Then they all went home again, and I think, but I'm not quite sure, that Roo had a hot bath and went straight to bed, but Pooh went back to his own house, and feeling very proud of what he had done, had a little something to revive himself. There's wet blanket, and then there's the energy that Eeyore was bringing to the conversation. Good Lord. What's going on? Stop swimming. That's what I was going to say. Oh, we have a new Batman silhouette on the left. Hell yeah. Frog is working on a beetle. I like. Oh, is there a scarf in the top? In the definitely not rude box. I like. Hi, Miss. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. How'd you go? Beyond Hanwell. Weren't you playing? Did you finish Outlast 2? Hi, Lemon. Hi, Nice. Hi, Miz. Welcome in, guys. Hi, Snow. How you doing? But yes, welcome in. How we doing? How was stream? What'd you get up to? Eeyore he's a lot. And we love him for it. scarf and Rue's ear sticking out. Perfect. Hey, Dawn Lemon. You did not. Swapped because you wanted some shooty. That's fair. That's fair. It can get a little bit much if it's just like the same overbearing like pressure the entire time. Just doom. Slow walking through a forest, you know. My hair is so silky looking today. Thank you. I appreciate it. I washed it recently, but not so recently to where it's looking sopping wet. Lovely in between. I appreciate the compliment. We just read a little bit more of Winnie the Pooh. We read through a couple more chapters. I think I've decided that my happiest digesting of it is like a couple of chapters at a time. I think if we binged through the entire next half of the book in one sitting, it would sort of take away a little bit of the joy of it. So instead of doing that, I'm happy to do just like a couple of stories at a time. Yes, that means that it's going to take longer to get through, but I don't have an issue with that necessarily. Who's to say that a celebration needs to be across like 1 or 2 streams, you know? Why can't it be multiple? This pacing is good. Yeah, that's the thought, right? Is like we get little taste test samples of it. Run, hide, etc. Yeah. There's a degree, like it's fun, but then sometimes you want to be a little bit more proactive about things. I get that. If you've got a raid and run, Ms., please do look after yourself first and foremost. Any sort of after stream care that you have to do, I insist that you do so. If you want to posture check that, if you want to share a little bit of art text with everyone, would love to see. But again, no stress. Personally would love to see, but no pressure. That invite is for everyone, by the way. Anybody who's come in with the raid, if you've got to head to bed or look after yourself at any rate, I insist that you do so. That's how it should be done. Yeah, that's the thought. Actually, we'll wait until we get to the end of the book. But I think if I were to do more reading on stream beyond Winnie the Pooh, pardon me, sorry. I think that's how I'd want to do it. I think I'd want to do anthology stories and do like little short stories at a time. I don't think I want to do full books. I think that would be quite full on. You have some, but you'd look at it first before sharing it. It's typical horror stuff. Oh, no, I'll give it a look. If you want to shoot it through to me on Discord, if you're really, really squeamish about it, like not sure either way, one way or the other, you can post it in the Mature Art Share, and I can direct people that way for anybody who does want to check it out. But it's probably fine. Grimm's? Oh, Grimm's short stories? Yeah. The Grimm's brothers? Yep. Speaking of horror. Ooh, no, that's not too graphic. That's fine. It is a little bit graphic, so I'll give the heads up. So if you get a little bit squeamish with like body horror stuff, it's not super violent or like gory or anything like that, but just heads up. So look away if you do get a bit squeamish. This is the piece. How sick is this? This is so good. I love that you've added as much texture as you have, because it makes it feel more harrowing. Because there's a world in which you do the face in a way where it just almost looks like a silicone mask, with not as much like folding and like stretching and stuff, and it just doesn't have the same impact. I like a lot. And I'm always going to be. Miz, you're a gothic horror. You're an eldritch horror after my own heart. Like, the single glowing white eye. Like, I have to commend it. It's so good. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it, bud. Guys, if you're not following Miz already, I'm not sure why you wouldn't be. But if you're not, please go give him a follow. Highly recommend. Wonderful artist, wonderful person, glorious vibes, super chill, similar sort of intonation as me in terms of like quiet, soft voice, nice to listen to, really good vibes in the stream. Highly recommend. And on that note, I'm so sorry. The timing is unfortunate, but I do need to take my break. That's you in the morning. You and me both. Fell asleep. Hi, Aiden. Welcome in, bud. How you doing? If you need to head to sleep actually proper for real, no problem whatsoever, okay? Please. I insist that you do. But do they have a pit? They don't have a pit, but they've got other stuff. Like they've got cans of Miz aplenty. It's a wonderful time. Highly recommend. But yes, I do need to take a break because it's been an hour. So I'm going to bounce for a little bit. I'm going to do my stretches. We're going to switch back to the art category after this. Thank you for those who have been enjoying the canvas so far. I'm anticipating that each time we do the reading of the Winnie the Pooh, like we'll go back to this canvas. So if I've caught you partway through a process, never fear, you'll have more time to work on it, I promise. Anywho, if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away anyway, so we don't have to do pre-rolls for the next hour or so. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Hi, welcome back. You already ate 2 ice creams today. Third is coming soon. I mean, it's so hot today. That's a given. Why not? Yeah, that's my thought, right? Why are you painting Batman? You're inspired, that's why. Why question your inspiration? But Mahali, it's so cold. For us, yeah. But not all of us. Not all of us are so blessed with such cold weather. Are you the knight? That's the question, though, right? It's not like you. You never do superheroes. But it is like you to do something different and to challenge yourself, right? I feel as though that's part of the course. You wish it was cold? Yeah, that's me to a T. Cold weather is my jam. I revel in it. I bask in the lack of sunlight. It's difficult to see because, like, I've got a bit of warmth coming from the light that's there, so that I've got like the blue orange thing going on. I'm a corpse. I'm a zombies. I do not live my best life in the sun. Revealing thyself? Yeah, literally. You also wish it was cold, or at least cool. I'm sending all of my coolest vibes your way, okay? Beowulf, Pooh, journey back and forth continued. Yes, it shall continue. I like the idea of it being, because like we're streaming for like 5 hours, potentially 6 pretty soon. The idea of one of those hours being a bit of reading, I don't see there being a problem with that. How do I do metal surfaces with so damn accurate? Oh, I could explain it. Welcome to my TED Talk. It's Bahali. I'm here to explain how art things happen. So, metal surfaces are my favorite thing ever. That didn't used to be the case. I used to hate them with a fiery passion because I didn't understand them. The reason why I struggled with metal personally myself was because I was trying to render the metal. But you don't. Metal isn't itself. Well, it can be. The particular metal that I'm working on at the moment I'm not depicting metal. I'm not. What I'm depicting is all of the reflections. So I've identified light sources and color influences and atmosphere that would all be interacting with the metal. And then I've picked a shape and then I'm rendering what the light is doing with the shape. I will show you. It's super straightforward. It's super straightforward. So we have ourselves a ring. We have a ring. It's shaped like this, right? Like, there we go. That's a ring. Once we have the shape, we then identify our light sources. We go, okay, we have primary light source down here. Boom, up into the ring from underneath. We have atmosphere sort of hitting from above with like the purple environment around us. So the purple is going to sort of infiltrate most of the color. But then we also have green. We have green from heck in everywhere, but it's not. Yeah. So if we have a look at this particular ring, I'm doing a terrible job. Light source hitting it from below. It's the same light source that's hitting the Goblin King in the chin. Like that's that light source. It's hitting this side of the ring as well. Because if you think of light as almost like it's like a wave, right? It's hitting here and it's getting stuck on here. But this edge of the ring stops there. So like the rest of the wave keeps going, and hits here. So it like conforms to, does that make sense? Light. Light, light, light. This bit gets stuck here. The rest of it keeps going. Light, 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 hits here. Yeah, there you go. Boom. That's what I've done with the lighting there. Then I go, what's happening with the skin? The skin is being lit up. Very green. Very, very, very bright green. So where the light isn't overly exposed on the ring, like where it's not super, 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 super bright, you're going to have little bits of green influence along like the edges. You're not going to have green up here because light reflection doesn't like bounce on top of something. That face needs to be looking at the thing that it's influencing. So this edge is looking at the green. This edge is looking at the environment around it, purple. This face up here is looking at the purple atmosphere above. This edge here is looking at green. This edge down here is looking at green. So everything that's in close proximity to it is getting like influenced. So if you actually look at the thing at the end of the day, I haven't actually done much rendering of the ring itself. I've just kind of identified all the things around it. It's just a big mirror. I've done a terrible job of explaining. The reason why I've gone with a dark band in the middle here is adding in that dark band is really reminiscent of metal. It's like a... It's like a calling card of metal, like the most distant thing. How do I explain it? Give me a second. This dark band can be multiple things. It can be multiple things that show up in this dark, like really, really dark tone. It can either be people or objects blocking light. So for example, if there was like if there was an object here, there would be a dark section here because it's like blocking some of the reflection of the green onto the ring. I try to add it to reflective metal whenever I can because it helps to break up all of the really, really, really harsh like reflected light. It adds that contrast that makes the light seem even brighter. Yeah, in this particular instance, it's super dark because there's nothing in like that direction away from the Pit King, like above camera that way. So to kind of signify that, I've gone with a really, 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 really dark band there. Yeah. It makes sense to me. I'm not sure how much sense it makes to other people, but I try my best. The absence of light helps to accentuate the light parts. Yes, exactly. Because if you just had a ring that was bright all the way around, like this, it's like it's bright, I guess. Like it's got light bouncing off of it, I guess. But as soon as you go like dark sections there or whatever, the brighter bits seem even brighter. It's the same as I've struggled with this in the past where I've tried to depict something as being quite bright, so I've used white. Like, okay, yeah, that is the brightest thing, but everything around the thing that I was trying to make bright was also really, really, really bright, and it just doesn't communicate it very well. Like for example, if I grab white and I place it here, it's bright. It's bright. Yeah. But if I go here instead, that's so much brighter. It's so much brighter. Like that eye looks really bright. That spot in isolation, like just just that spot itself doesn't look that particularly bright because it's in like proximity with a bunch of other bright stuff. You get this much, but like the colors is where you get fricked up at. Like brass, how the frick do you know what colors to have? What it looks like smooth and round. Like say you have a straight white room where this ring is in, you make out of silver with a single light source. Okay, so like for example, if I were to say that this is a brass ring, if I were to make this brass instead of it being golden, you just like make it a little bit more brassy, I suppose. How would I decide on where the colors go? You wouldn't know what colors to blend to make it look like silver. Okay, let me read through. Sorry. Let me read through the comment again and actually ingest it instead of passing through it. So that it looks smooth and round. So you have a straight white room with the ring in it. And it's made out of silver with a single light source. Okay. You just wing it. I know, Digi, it's so tempting to say that. It's so tempting to say that. You know what? I'm going to bring up a new file. I'm going to bring up a new file and we'll go through it. We'll go through it. You are curious about something and I want to help. I want to help. Okay. Straight white room with the ring in it. Make it silver with a single light source. So we'll say that the room is white. Here's the thing, actually. This ring in this white room will look like nothing. This is such a cop-out, but it's true. If it's in a void, it doesn't look like anything. You can't see it. I suppose that's what I was trying to like communicate before, is that reflective metallic objects are the environment around them. They can't exist. They can, but they don't look like anything without information. So if you are trying to depict something in a void, you need to make up that information. So for example, if you're depicting it in a white void because you just want to depict the ring in isolation, you kind of need to make up a story for it. So if I'm doing a ring, like this is a ring, this is a ring, lovely ring. You kind of need to go, there's somebody standing in this white room who's having a look at it. It's sitting on it's floating above a little white table. You need to start introducing environmental factors because otherwise it's just going to look like a solid white piece of metal. White room, but the single light source is only set to 50 to 70% brightness. Even then, it's going to be quite boring. Like at that point in time, you've got the single light source. Let's say it's above. Let's say it's up here. You've got your single light source. Zoom. Down here as well. Then the further away that you get from the light source, the darker the ring is. But then it's like bouncing off of the white room around it. So you get that little bounce light on the edge. But then you get that little bounce light on all of the edges because that's what edges do. They reflect things. Metal has a lot of play in it. Seems intimidating at first. Really does allow for you to play much. I would agree with that. As long as you give it an attempt to like depict some of the stuff around it, you don't need to get it 100%. And then, because the interior is like a little bit more sheltered compared to the exterior, especially with the light source involved, you're going to have a really, really, really dark section there because the light source is above, down, right there. That interior bit isn't getting access to the same light. Maybe reflections is your struggle then? Potentially. So like this is what ring in White Room with single strong light source, but not like 100% strength. You would have like a little bit of bounce information from areas around it. But then it would mostly be like main light source, and then it would diffuse the further away from the light source it is. Like, since Miz is asking about colors, can I palette the colors I'm using? Maybe that will help too. Here's the thing. I don't think color. I think color will make things more confusing. Because I think Miz is right. I think fundamentally it's the reflection thing. If I introduce color, I can explain how it works, but it's not explaining the point, and then it's just more information, you know? Sorry, not to sound too sort of authoritative on it, but I think you are right, Miz. I think reflection is like the sore point from what you've described. So yeah, what I would start with, start with the shape of the ring, then try and be conscious of like what is around it. What's around the ring? Where's the light source coming from? What environmental factors are at play? So for example, if this wasn't a white room, if instead there was like dirt underneath the ring, instead you'd see like reflections of the dirt underneath it. And then perhaps it's in a forested area, so you perhaps might have like a little bit of like green influence on the reflections of the ring. And then perhaps it's a sky above, so therefore you're going to have like blue influence from above. So this won't be grey, this will be like blue tones all through here. And then the sun isn't bright white, kind of, so you'd have like warmth in the lighting. Where you start taking the environment and going and influencing the ring with it. Just mean the gradients rather than color. Yeah, fair. Think you understand where Miz is coming from? Like, how do you use the base color of the metal? Example, yellow gold versus rose gold, but also reflect the correct colors on it. That's closer to what you're asking. You think, okay, sure. What I do in that situation then is I find where the least amount of color influence is. So in this particular case, it's like here. So you've got lots and lots of bright sky affecting the ring. You've got the ground that's like the proximity to the ground that's showing the bottom. Then you've got your like in-between area, which isn't being influenced as much. That's when you show the character of the ring. So for example, let's change this to a gold ring instead. So we start injecting that gold through there. And then because we had that dark bit through there, we go with like a dark bit with the gold. Does that make sense? And then it would apply to in here as well. Like these are the in-between areas. We darken these bits like so. Words are hard. Words are incredibly difficult, yeah. I suppose it's really difficult for me as well, given that a lot of this is just stuff that I've had to intuit from just cramming references over and over and over again. Like it's just stuff that makes sense now. If anything, this helps me like think through the process as well. So like you'll have that little bit of blue influence on the sky stuff. You'll have like the bright white there. You have the dark there. You could maybe have like a dark band through there as well. Perhaps there's somebody off to the side standing there, and there's like a little dark section there in the reflection. It's all reflections. It's all reflections all the way down. Yeah, and if that's not silver anymore, this edge is going to be like this. Does that make sense? So we've turned the silver ring into a gold ring. We can bump the colors a little bit if we want to be spicy as well. We can go little extra bit of Sorry, I'm not explaining things anymore. If you want the ring to look more juicy, you can like bump the vibrancy of certain bits. So for example, if you wanted to bump the vibrancy of the sky, you can do like a little bit of that. Wanted to bump the vibrancy of the gold, you can do a little bit of that. Yeah, exactly. Magic. So the reflection areas get basically overshadowed by surrounding colors, despite base colors. Shadows, no. Light, yes. So, like the shadow of the ring is going to be like that gold value. But the light values are going to, like, gold is going to get overpowered by like the sky light or the red, like, or if the sun wasn't the sun, if instead it was like a big moody red light in the club or something, you would replace all of this with red. All of this with red. Does that make sense? Light is incredibly influential, not just in terms of light values, but also in terms of color. Shadow can be as well, but on something like metal, for whatever reason, I think it's because it's so reflective, light is the most influential thing. What if the metal isn't shiny? What if it's matte and pitted or rusted and tarnished? Let us spend the rest of stream on it. I would happily do so, but that wasn't Mrs. question. I don't want to like overburden with just like shotgun as much information as possible. I want to be as concise to the confusion as possible. Speaking of, did that make sense? What if the metal was plastic? Different material entirely. Imagine a juicy ring. I often do. I consider this to be a juicy ring. Delicious. But yeah, please. So think surface as opposed to what metal actually. Yeah, kind of. But then in those like in between areas, that's where you can have like the luster of the metal come through. You have a better understanding, you think? You appreciate? Please don't be content with just like, that's good enough. If you feel like you're on the cusp of understanding something, but I haven't explained it fully, feel free to keep prodding. As I said, brain's not very good at teaching, but I'll do what I can. Ring pop? Yes, and then you have a delicious red gem sticking out from the face of the ring. And then that red, it's full of candied sugar. Oh my goodness, delicious. And then that has like a color influence on that. No, we're going to get started on that. Marley wants to be prodded. Yeah, prod away. Gonna eat it? No, I don't eat it. Think I'm better at teaching than I think I am. I think if I were to teach this, I'd want to like think about it for a bit and write out my thoughts in a way that makes them as approachable as possible. That way I don't get stuck in the umming and ahhing. Well, for sure. I understand what you mean and I appreciate it. But for on the fly, okay. Thank you. I appreciate But yes, metal, reflective metal specifically, we can cross the bridge of like grimy or matte metal at another time. We can do that later. Reflective metal is the environment around it. That's like the majority of it. Start with a shape. Identify your light sources. Identify things that are like light that's bouncing off different things. Put it all on the ring. Boom. Obviously, there's going to be like a proximity thing involved. So like if you're in a forest, but you're away from all of the trees and there's no like green light interacting with the ring, don't put the green. But within reason, you know. How do you light a hot dog? Next time I can walk us through that one. You want to do a metal armored man? Think you should try just metal before you do that? Yes, you can do what you want. I'm just a guy on the internet. Ignore me. But if you were to ask me as to how I would go about it, I would start with material studies. Stuff like... Give me a sec. Before you even start with color, start with something like this, where you go through and you're like, okay, I've got a sphere, I'm making it out of glass, I'm making it out of plastic, I'm making it out of stone, I'm making it out of like a gem. You don't need to do different materials, but start with a material. Start with metal. I'm going to render a metal sphere. So sphere, and you go through and you're like, okay, what material properties does metal have? It is incredibly reflective. So you go through, you're like... The annoying message has got ba-boom. Hi, Fire. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you, bud. Hey, Dawn. You want to touch them? No, don't eat them. The forbidden rocks. No, no, Pixie, no. You're just the guy on the internet as well, but you think you should try the armored guy first and then do the study. Aha, and then you've got counteracting advice on you. You're off to sleep. Look after yourself, Lemon. Sleep well, bud. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate you. Sound better? Glad my voice has recovered. Yeah, no, very much so. I was good as of yesterday-ish, but I'm glad that I gave myself the extra bit of time because there's about a 50-50% chance that if I throttled myself yesterday, I just end up destroying my voice again. So much goes into the art. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Forbidden Crunch is incredibly forbidden. Thank you for explanations, of course. If you have any other questions, feel free to hit me up at any time, literally any time. If I don't respond to messages immediately, I might be busy, but I always do respond to my messages eventually. So if you have questions, I'm always down to clown. This is beyond you. Hit scan. This is like intermediate stuff. So you don't start with this. You start simpler and then you build up. Once you get to this, then whatever. Like you step by step. You don't immediately start by trying to paint like the Mona Lisa is the go-to, you know? Thank goodness. Yeah. No, don't start with this stuff. Start with super simple. Heard forbidden rocks. Mean forbidden jolly ranchers. I guess like a glass marble would be a forbidden jolly rancher, yeah. Tries to rally chat to show the metal scorpion. I'm hesitant to do so just because I really don't like the metal scorpion because I do it so much differently now. I do it so much differently. Had to stop your marathon stream yesterday at 7 hours instead of 8 because your vocal cords were like, I hate you, please stop talking. Yep. Didn't I do a metal scorpion? I did. Thank you for asking. I'll quickly grab it now. Redo incoming. Maybe. I'm not too tempted. There are too many other things that I need to do first. This one. I dislike it greatly. Oh, actually, this is perfect. Thank you, Billy, for pressuring me into it. This is the perfect example of what not to do. Enjoy your lurk fire. This is the perfect example of what not to do with your reflections. I rendered this in a white room with no influences. Paint the Mona Lisa so you can draw stick figures, but not true. But that's so good. No. Mistakes. Many mistakes were made. First and biggest mistake was I made this in context isolation. If I were to redo this Scorpion, what I would do, first and foremost, I would do a perspective grid. That way the perspective of it actually lined up. But that's beside the point. We're talking about the reflections right now. The second thing I would do is I would simulate an environment. Even though I'm not depicting it in said environment, I would have like forest bits and stuff going on. It doesn't need to be super in your face, like, oh, you can see every reflection of everything around it ever, but something, just because it feels it feels too clinical. It feels too because metal, you don't see metal like this. You don't see metal in like a white panic room. Like you don't. It's not. You don't see it in the wild like that. There would be something. There would be some sort of influence. You remember me painting this heckin' yonks ago? 2 years? 2 years ago at this point? Do I have a date on this? I would do. It was the 15th of April 2024. Yep, 2 years ago. And then some change. That's not metal. There's no forest, no group of bearded men standing around looking angry. There isn't even illegible text. Exactly. There needs to be something that influences it, you know? But if any one of you did this, I know, I'd do the whole, like, it's amazing, because, like, I'm allowed to internalize my own standards. I'm allowed to have different standards for myself. It's fine. But yes, metal fundamentally is the influences around it if you're doing reflectivity. If you're doing like metal that's been caked in dirt for eons and there's not much reflectivity to it whatsoever, different story at that point. 2 years, 3 months. Hey, yeah, that lines up almost 1-to-1. That was the first piece that you saw me do. Nice, nailed it. Sexy Scorpion looks nice. Looking forward to seeing the actual ring. I will forge it next. Forge it in the fires of doom. That metal looks like it's been sandblasted before it's polished. The matte does make sense. I disagree, but I appreciate. You are baby. You're fine, Ms. There's no sense of like, I appreciate Billy the most because Billy has been following the longest. No, I appreciate Billy the most because I like him the most. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Uh, 3 years, 6 months. Yeah, but you did the unfollow, refollow thing. Yeah. A bunch of people have followed more than you. For longer than you. Not that many. Not who are still regulars. He's my favorite. Yeah. I've been good friends with Billy for a dozen years at this point. A dozen years, which is a handful. He's a good friend. who I like to torment in D&D specifically. It's only been a year. Feels like it should have been longer. Stream elements been ignored you. That's so rude. Lani, you know for a fact is earlier on. For sure. There are going to be little instances. D20 for friendship. Of course it's a nat 20. Of course it is. Never doubted it even for a second. Yeah, 2 for Nemesis. I'll take it. But yeah, Tika, like, it's part of why I wanted to do something for the follower milestone, for the follower. Yeah. Milestone is the word. Is because it's almost like a fever dream. I've met a lot of you, most of you, over the past year. It's been crazy. Because I started streaming back in 2022-ish, end of 2022, October or something. Like, not to go on and on about it, but it was very quiet for a while. But then all of a sudden this year, bam! Lots and lots of friends. No, once you roll a 1, close. Bunch of time, didn't even tell you I streamed. Yeah, no, like actually for real. I streamed for an empty tavern for a very long time. Very, 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 very long time. Beowulf Slaughter of the 100-Acre Wood, done. I was wondering what you were doing with it. I do like the idea of Beowulf, where it's gruesome, but Paladin 2, ready for the next reading if there's room, hell yeah. Can't wait. You figure what kind soul rated to me one fateful day, introduced me to your occasional delightful breakfast routine. You couldn't be more grateful. Yay. I mean, how I wouldn't know the joys of steak without Tika in my life. Like, it just never would have happened. Kind of have to. Better to go through OBS growing pains while no one's watching. True, actually, good point. Ugh. This, by the way, it was this. This broke at the start of stream. I'm glad that I checked first. I went... Because on the one hand, I feel a little bit crazy when I go through pedantically and check everything. But then I feel so vindicated whenever something does actually break for no reason. So vindicating. Yes. Hacking triumphant music while talking about friendship, of course. You kind of want to see Baby Mahali, like first ever stream. No, you don't. No, no, you don't. If you consider me to be a bumbling buffoon now, just imagine me back in the day. The charisma of a drowning gnat. We've upgraded since then. We now have the charisma of like a well-fed, not drowning gnat. Following the reading journey from Beowulf to Pooh, with a touch of 13th Warrior based on Beowulf Bear, clan folk attacking Vikings. Yeah. Well, I feel as though it captures the, it captures the entire tale, regardless of what I read, you know? It's our unique retelling of, of the 100 Acre Wood X. The Adventures of Beowulf. Followed me for pretty much 100% of your time on Twitch. Only a month or two, to be fair. I wouldn't be... I know for a fact I'm not the only streamer out there you'd be interested in. For example, Ms. Davey, Doctor, like everyone. It was so good. Tika, like across the board. Wonderful times. Drowning gnats have an amazing taste for coffee. True. The irony, I don't drink coffee though. Before the streamer voice was found, it was less about streamer voice, more comfort. I don't know. Maybe I did sound different back in the day, but it took me a while to be comfortable. I feel like now I can talk pretty openly without sort of groveling a little bit. Back in the day, it was particularly horrendous. Sure, yours was inspired by Bulvai at some point. I'm not familiar. You're not a streamer, you're just an abrasive atmosphere. You can't say that, though. You're super chill. You're super chill. I have people who can attest to this in chat as well. You cringe when you go back for your look at your first stream. Have you got access to your first stream? Fists up. Yeah, okay. Fisticuffs. Here we go. You have it saved? That'd be kind of cool to see, actually. I think I would cringe the entire way through looking at my first stream, but I think it would be fascinating to see. In the same way that, like going back to earlier artworks, there's this feeling of like, oh boy, what was I thinking? You have them open in the other tab? No, you don't. Surely you don't. Because Twitch automatically gets rid of VODs. Unless you're looking at like earliest YouTube stuff. Haven't been streaming for a year. You would cringe at it even now. It goes with growing pains. I'm sure I'll cringe at the current me in like a year from now. It's part of that. It's a circle of life. And it cringes a soul. Bat Poo or Baobat, did you? Oh, both have a vibe. Incredibly different from each other, but still applicable. The first one you could save, right? Saved yours too, but you're sort of terrified to look at it. No, the mic quality was terrible. I don't think it was the... For me, it wouldn't have been the mic quality. Like, the mic quality hasn't really shifted too much since then and now. I think it's all in the confidence and all in the demeanor, I guess. Demeanor would be part of confidence. Remember how you made you an editor so you have access to all the clips made? Looking at an overlay you didn't know existed? Oh, sure. So it wasn't a full stream. It was just like a clip from... Yeah, okay. You hate your mic quality? There are filters that you can apply to your microphone. Like, for example, I've got a couple, I think. Let's have a look. Microphone filters. If I turn off a couple, let's see. Noise suppression, brand expander, compressor, limiter. Like, this is it without, if it has changed, this is it without filters. And then if I apply them back again, it should sound a little bit better. If any, like, I'm not sure. I can't remember. Can't remember how much it changes things. Could you share them? Might be fun to show how everything has changed. Fully respect if you prefer not. If people, you don't hear a different, yeah, fair. It's just essentially to stabilize things in case other things, like if loud background noise were to happen, it just accounts for that. Old Mahali clip viewing stream, let's go. Here's the thing, I'll say this much. I'm probably not comfortable like cringing through Mahali old streams. We can keep that for like, I don't know, next milestone, whatever that is. But if people are interested, put your hand up and Billy can send you through some spicy Mahali content. Most important thing your voice filters do is make sure your voice doesn't peak and accidentally break everyone's ears. Yes, that's the thing, right? Is it just modulates things so that it doesn't randomly misbehave itself. 10 followers stream, let's go. No, that'll be after my controversy. It'll turn out that I've been, doping? I've been doping, which has led to my sporting performance being far better than it should be. I'll have a massive fall from grace, and then we celebrate 10 followers. Spicy Mahali content sounds like something innocent. Sorry, I meant spicy in the... you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Hi Vid, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. How do you even dope as a streamer? Even energy drinks give official sponsorships. True. What would doping be for art? Like, I don't know, like taking ADHD meds if I don't have ADHD, something like that. Back when Mahali was a thirst trap, just chatting streamer. Yeah, exactly. I was floating in a wine keg. AI. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Turns out that this painting that you've been seeing me doing, I'm synchronizing with footage that I've had AI put together. Doing a pretty decent job. Haven't you wondered why I take big long pauses between doing anything? Because it's buffering. It's buffering. I need to give it time to load. You saw your first AI art streamer today? Ugh. What? Like, what are you streaming at that point? This is me typing in a prompt, and then I got the result. It's pretty good. I'm happy with this. Next one. Hi Revenant, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. Sniffing paint. Yeah, sniffing paint would do it too. Vid, if you've got any work that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see first. But second of all, if you've got to look after yourself after stream, if you've got to raid and run, decompress, sleep, eat, drink water, whatever you need, get yourself sorted. What am I working on today? I'm working on the Pit King. The Pit King! I've had little images of him before, like we've got the poster of him, obviously. We've got the emote of the Pit King, but I wanted to do a portrait for the longest time. So I finally got around to doing it. Yay. They had one viewer. Yeah, fair enough. Is that what I've been doing during the breaks? I've been hacking into the mainframe. Putting a little bit of purple into the underside of the ring as well, just to get some of those like environmental, like atmospheric, blah 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 interactions. I need a brighter purple on this edge here. It's not actually a purple, it's closer to a like a red, but that's what happens when you try and mix. That's what happens when you mix a gold with a purple. You end up with like a salmony color. Why does sleep have to be a thing? Sleep quality? Ooh. Overcome the odds. You got this, Miz. Did you have a good stream, by the way, Vit? Sorry, I'm distracted. Did you have a good time? Hope you did. Portrait looks like the Pit King is getting ready to indulge in a banana or whatever he's into. And this is the banana POV.
Fresh for the eating.
Perhaps he's sort of helping himself to a kiwi fruit in the same way that I am. H2O mentioned. Do I have water? I do. Posting on social. Share link hereafter. Yeah. That works. All good. Started a new drawing challenge. Was kind of fun. Ooh, when you get a chance, what was the challenge? Coming into the 3rd hour, casual reminder to stay hydrated. Thank you, bud. I do need to top up water, but I'll do that soon. Try to do some material studies next art stream, perhaps tomorrow night. Alas, it is horizontal Miz time. Thanks, Miz. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Always appreciate your company. Thank you for the raid as well, obviously. Look after yourself, bud. Sleep well. Overcome the 7. You got this. I believe in you. Posting on social. I'll see it soon. Okay. I'm on the edge of my seat. Love that the water layer has filtered in it to look like the water has depth. Yeah. Whoever the genius was that figured that out. What can I say? I will forever be grateful. So happy with how it turned out. Yeah. I still do at one point want to add some floating elements maybe. Like a tankard or like a set of dice or something. You know, sort of like bobbing around in the water. It's at the end of the priority list though. Very much so. Hi Pretzel, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you're doing well. A frog? Potentially so. Could potentially do frog. The next thing to add beyond the rings, by the way, important element of doing jewelry like this is not just the environmental reflections on the jewelry itself, but also the interaction of the jewelry on the thing that it's sitting on. So for example, on the skin here, it's going to have a drop shadow. It's going to give off that little bit of like gold hue on the chest as well. That'll be the most important bit to like bring it all together, is have them actually interacting color-wise. Just realized the heart has eyes and teeth. Was thinking some kind of Christmas decoration for the longest time. That's what the mimic wants you to think, is that, ooh, Christmas decoration. Delicious. Pardon me. Okay, time to shotgun a few colored beads. I have this one be a red one. Was it one of the original mimics? It was. It was this one. Let me grab it for you. Paintings, creatures, finished. This. What was this? A couple of years ago, I went through and made a bunch of magic items. Just to be entirely honest, I made a bunch of magic items because I felt like the type of art that I was producing wasn't very like market friendly. I was looking for things that I could make that were more like quickly digestible. I've since sort of moved past that mindset. Like I don't really think about it anymore. I just make whatever makes me happy. But it's a privileged mentality to take. Like artists most of the time have to literally just go with whatever sells. I completely understand that. But yeah, like I'd go through and make a bunch of that back scratcher is a weapon with it's essentially just like a mannequin arm with an eyeball in it. Oh, this is one of my favorites. Sorry, Vid. Sorry. I'll show in a second. The bag of biting. Loved this one. This one was a lot of fun to work on. The assistionary. Creepy as all heck. We had fun with these. It was a good time. The swordfish. Obviously. It was a good time. Slippers. Really slippery fish shoes. Everyone creates artwork specifically from Harley and send it to his PO box. I mean, if you want to send me artwork, I would be so happy. But also it costs money to post things, and also it costs time to make things. So as long as it makes sense, as long as it makes like time management and financial sense to do so, I would so very happily receive artwork. That would be amazing. That's what Discord is for. See, way more approachable through Discord. But if people sent me physical art, I would actually cry. Okay, all of that aside, let's have a look at Mrs. Art Challenge. Vid's Art Challenge. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Drawing Challenge prompt. Ooh. Start a new drawing challenge today. Didn't know what that was when it came up, but here we go. Hell yeah, that's awesome. You've gotten, not to say that your previous work has been lesser, Vid, but I can tell you've just gotten better with drawing figures in like unique poses. You've done a wonderful job. I like a lot. Is it something that you're going to keep working on, or is it sketch and finished? Time isn't real and money is just a bunch of numbers on a screen. You're not wrong, Davey, but also money means things for a day, like living day to day. Like the time and money mean things to people. I'm not going to assume things. Thank you. Of course. It's looking really good. If you're intending to like render it and put color through it, can't wait to see it. If it's just going to stay as a sketch for the challenge, you've done a wonderful job. I like a lot. Thank you for sharing. Continue a little further. Surprised you got this far today, but fun. So you'll continue. Hell yeah. These are really fun. Yeah, they were. Like, don't get me wrong, they were. And I was getting through them relatively quickly, like a lot faster than my usual work because they were smaller. Plus, also, not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I got substantially better at material properties because of them. Like it was time well spent. Yeah, like I don't regret it. Great work fit. I completely agree. That was a hang up for whatever reason. Speaking of reasons, I have reason to believe that it has been another hour and I should take a break. Guys, if you've been sat for the past hour and you haven't gotten up, I recommend getting up, move around, grab a drink, don't dehydrate yourself, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to go do my stretches and fill up on water. While I'm away anyway, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour or so. I'll see you soon. Be happy. Hi. Took a peek at the canvas. It's looking really good. I was not expecting medieval Batman. I was not expecting medieval Batman at all. Neither were you. I mean, pleasant surprise. Sorry, don't mind me. Just Trying to slide a chair around on carpet is not the easiest thing in the world. Struggle, 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 struggle. Seems the Batman is within you and it yearns for release. I mean, hey, I'm glad that it finally broke to the surface. Ooh, this will be interesting, actually. I failed to consider, with the extra beads and stuff present, perhaps they'll have a color influence on the rings as well. Urgh. It's been festering within you. Oh, don't put it like that. You talk of Batman as if he is some sort of plague. Spider-Folk argument awesome. DC versus Marvel. Spider-Folk argument awesome. Clarify. Batman needs therapy, and you'll die on this hill. Oh, there's not a doubt in my mind that Batman needs therapy. I feel as though it would help him immensely. No, I don't think the correct answer is to go around at night dressed as a bat to go punch people. It would be very funny though if, could you imagine? So yeah, it all started in my childhood, and it was the death of my parents, and like I, raised by my butler Alfred, and they're like, you know what? Considering all of our options, really, I think the best course of action is to dress like a bat and go and fight crime. I think that would be the healthiest way to process all that trauma. Off you go, on your way. Have fun, but not too much fun. You made a joke that you'll remove from the canvas because two Batmans. Oh, it's the spider. Right. Understand. Billy's been busy. No, what happens on the canvas stays. Of course. That's fair. Robin was his therapist. Oh boy, that's another can of beans. Why are we all just kind of okay with the fact that Robin exists as a concept? Batman, that is a child. Batman, that is a boy. That is but a boy. Why are you flinging a boy around rooftops to fight crime? But like, I don't know, I feel as though we're all just like, yeah, we're like Robin, right? No. Isn't Damian Wayne like 5? What? Excuse me? The talking pillow is precursor to the crying pillow. Oh, like an evolving magic item. That's kind of cool. I don't think I'd be okay with a sentient pillow though, to be entirely honest. Hey, what you thinking about? No, pillow, I'm trying to sleep. What do we do when we lose a child, Master Wayne? We get another one. Literally, yeah. Seems to be the the modus operandi. Does Robin also constantly question his presence? You'd hope so. Like, Mr. Batman, why am I here? I don't think I'll go with the tooth just because it's a little bit too disruptive. I want these shapes to be harmless. Harmless when it comes to attention grabbing behavior. Pillow just whispering in your ear. It'd be the worst. It's the same. Have you guys seen those products where it's where you like connect it to your phone and then the pillow like plays music through it? I can see the appeal, but like no. I don't want it's the same with like I don't want like items of my clothing or pieces of furniture, or I don't want anything like that making noise. I want like a chair is a chair. I don't need the chair to have like roller skates on it, you know? Like I just chair for sitting, roller skates for roller skating, pillow for sleeping on, earphones for listening to things, you know? It's too much. Science has gone too far. Fight crime Batman, make friends with Catwoman. It's all part of the Talking Pillows master plan. It's being brainwashed. Robin, this situation looks dangerous. If only I had something expendable as bait. Yes. Ugh. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm the only one who's like, they're firing guns and he's got a child fighting them. Like, I don't see the argument. I don't see the argument for pro Robin existing. Makes sense though if you sleep with earphones and that's uncomfortable. I guess. I don't know. My pillow whispering music to me is maybe too existential. Panic, all of the panic buttons. Does my computer chair have wheels? It does. But they don't even work. So does it even count? Like I try and shift my chair. It doesn't go anywhere because it's on carpet. So yes, but no. For all intents and purposes, yes. Does Robin even have any armor? I think they go to say like, oh, like both Batman and the Robins, they all wear like body armor and stuff. It's like, yeah, body armor doesn't just like stop bullets from hitting you in the face. Hi, Ink. Hey, Bud. How's the toe? Existential dread is your middle name. You brought this in here. Blame your parents. They read too much Kafka. You're a wonderful presence to have, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Red Speedo is not body armor. Yeah, what? That's the thing. Sorry. That's the thing. That's what I mean. Hey, Donald. You good and your toes better? Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'm glad that you chased it up and you got the help that you needed for it. Good. Good. Who doesn't love a little existential dread at 9 p.m. on a Monday? Oh, don't even get me started. My favourite form of existential dread is at 2 o'clock in the morning. Personal favourite anyway of mine. I can't speak for everybody else. Little tired from work. Yeah. Make sure that you get the rest that you need. Enjoy your loot, bud. Or thin eye mask with like goggles over the eyes. Yeah, but that's not going to stop anything either. Got so used to being dizzy and seeing colours when you stood up, you forgot it was not normal. Just why you only just now booked your doctor's visit. You are correct, though. It is not usual. So to get it sorted. Even if they're like it's just something that your body does, at least you have peace of mind after that, you know. That's why we play Pokemon Champions. Nothing screams existential dread like it's your 16th Charizard Whimsicott match up to them. Here's the thing. My current team does quite well into both forms of weather. Like it does really well into rain, does really well into sun as well. But I find that it's the weird, like really, really weirdo matchups that I think it's just a knowledge check. Honestly, I think it's just a knowledge check where it's like, I've got no heckin' clue. Why do you have the why do you have Wordier with a Staraptor and you're I'm being spammed intimidate like a million times because they're using skill swap to like spam the thing. It's those interactions. It's those interactions where I struggle. I will say though, they've become more and more rare now that I'm in Master Ball tier. The games have actually gotten easier because everybody's running meta, so it means that I just deal with the matchup. As budgies aren't going to smuggle themselves. One shot to the bare leg, arm, head, and Robin's a goner. Most of the bad guys have guns. Yeah, that's the thing. Cheeky zoom in message. It was fantastic. That was the one by David, I think. Both forms of weather, both snow and hail, are getting no love in the current bracket. Hail doesn't exist anymore. Snow is, I will admit, a little bit ignorable. Yes. It's because snow does so poorly into sun that it just gets sort of dumpstered by what most people are running, so they don't climb. And then when I say both forms of weather, I'm running sand, so I'm accounting for that. Hail doesn't exist anymore? No, they replaced it with snow. Loving the two different takes on the Batfolk. Ain't it great? What do you mean, wait, what? Got you to stand up and rush back to the keyboard. Hail is gone. Yeah, hail's gone. It got replaced by snow. So instead of it being something that deals a bit of damage over time, it instead increases the, I believe it's the physical defense of all ice-type Pokemon. No, they didn't coexist. No. Fully replaced. It's better in every way. But, yeah. Sand and snow being defensive isn't enough to save you if your opponent gets a sneaky sun or rain up and dumps you. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Always, 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 always have your weather setter in the back. Never start with them. It's not entirely true. Like, never say never, whatever, but Hail was funnier, sure, but it didn't do anything. Is Champions doubles or singles? Technically both. Doubles is like the main supported format though. Heard of sounds having a certain ring to it, but pictures, bravo. Hey, doing, Biz? Cook dinner? Yeah, go. Singles is 3 versus 3 now. Hasn't that always been the case? Official singles? I thought Smoke On was the only format that did 6 versus 6. And that's not hosted by Pokemon. Is this the new dating scene? No. We're talking about Pokemon. It's a good time. Highly recommend it. How's this gonna work? Digimon all the way. I mean, you joke, but the latest Digimon game apparently was quite good. I'm not sure, I didn't play it, but apparently it was quite good. No options to do any kind of 6v6. I think it's been 3v3 since Gen 7. Yeah. Digimon do slap. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've heard that they've had a bit of a resurgence, which is always good. Competition is nice. Slap, isn't that a move in Pokemon? Is it? Is it? Surely it is. I don't recognize it, but maybe? Ah, my face. You've been awake for hours and suddenly you remembered last night. You were brushing your teeth and washing your face to get ready for bed when you suddenly got a sharp pain in your head, like a migraine. Ran to take pain meds and go to bed. It was so fast and sudden and the memory is really fuzzy. Ooh. That's not good. I would look up symptoms. It's tough. It's tough. Because sometimes body just do a thing, right? Like, I've had instances of just like random chest pain that have just been like muscular. That It's just been like a muscle twitch for whatever reason. Nothing else to it. Potentially look up symptoms, see if there's anything like particularly scary. And if there is, keep your eyes peeled for more symptoms maybe, and then get it checked up. Read that intense sudden headaches can be a sign of something sinister. Yeah. Yes, it costs money to get these things checked out, but one, better safe than sorry, and two, the peace of mind does wonders. Yeah, yep. Wish you could get it checked out, but the public healthcare there is terrible. Literally have no money for doctor staff. Unfortunately, I don't really have advice to give. I'm not sure how the system works over there in order to give advice as to what to do. Apologies. Oh, Kals, did you... I sent you the details for my brush, right? Takes weeks to even get an appointment. Need multiple to figure anything out. Also, they aren't clean at all. If it does happen again, you'll try to figure something out. Did, because I sent my details through to you and Miz, I think, from memory. Have you had a chance to play with the settings and see if you can replicate it? Spoke to Miz about it too. Managed to import correctly. Just yours that imported without the shape. Ooh. Weird. I mean, you could try uninstalling and reinstalling. Are you on like Apple or something? Is there an operating system difference maybe that would lead to different outcomes? Perhaps remove and reinstall? Yeah, that was the thought. Windows? Yeah, okay. Weird. Very weird indeed. Okay, we have the light hitting the underside of the bead, passing through it, and illuminating on the other side. Nice. Darken. And then on the actual like king's skin, we'll have that pink sort of radiating out onto the hue. Perfect. Now the final question, I suppose, is what happens with the interior? Do we get like a little bit of a... I think we would, right? We would get a little bit of an interior glow on the hole in the bead. I think I need to line it up with that. Maybe that's a little bit too bright. Because we're not seeing it on the outside, we're just seeing a little bit of a glow on the inside, so we have to dampen it a little bit. There we are. Cool, 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 cool. And then the last little bit of influence, I'm going to grab the purple from outside and I'm going to apply that little bit of purple to the top of the bead like that. Cool, 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 cool.
One bead sorted.
On to the next. In theory, now that we know how we've done one of them, we can go through and do a few of them quite quickly. At least compared to the first. I haven't heard, by the way. That sounded very accusing. You know what? We'll keep the energy because I like the energy. The energy's fun. I haven't heard. Harumph, I haven't heard. Harumph, I haven't heard. Is anybody working on an art fair entry? And if so, how's it going? Don't give me details, obviously. Don't spoil. Are we having fun? Is it a good one? Okay, and then the interior hole like that. And then we grab the purple. Early thumbnail in progress. We'll get to again shortly. Oh, for sure, for sure. That, as I said, no actual harumph. I just apparently went into it with that kind of energy, so I wanted to see what happens. Did some work on delayed art quest piece this AM also. Cool. Keep in mind that this is very much so like a thing for fun. So please prioritize actually important things. Alas, art fight, an upcoming con is taking your attention for now. Be eager to see what everyone creates. For sure. See? There we go. Tika is being a good egg and prioritizing the important things. But yes, I agree. I'm keen to see what everybody does. Finished one, and you have an idea for a second. It's a little hard since you're not very good at certain things, so you need to figure them out. Yeah. I've seen somebody has been active in the art fair chat, which has had me both pleased and also incredibly curious. Because I can't see who's been chatting. I'm a sticky beak, I'll admit it first. It's the meme. It's the meme. SpongeBob. You know that meme where Squidward's in his house and he's hearing SpongeBob and Patrick in like a cardboard box outside, having a lot of fun in the cardboard box, and he's going like, "Oh no, what are they doing?" Literally me. You've been very active there. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for satiating that a little bit. Morning warm-up. Yeah, good. Raven going for a wide scene on an art quest. Ooh. Like a bigger project. Cool. Actually, speaking of art quests, this is why we need it automated. We haven't had an art quest in so long. We haven't had one in so long. It doesn't help that I've been sick, but I'll remember one of these days. Okay, Kels, you walk over to the board and you have a look. A goblin with a boot on his head is wanting a candle bug. Choose at least one challenge. Style, pointillism, make it using only dots. Technique, use only cold colors for a candle bug. Like a winter candle, whatever. Detail, intentionally add a strange detail. Okay. Does this sound appealing as a quest that you'd like to embark on, Kels? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to agree to? If you would like a reminder as to what a candle bug is, they're the little like spore, like firefly things that float around outside the tavern in the Telltale Respite. If you have any other clarifying questions, I am more than happy to answer. Again, remember that if it doesn't sound appealing to you, completely fine. You will be fully reimbursed, not a single point lost. A swage. Swage on me art. Circus music, now of all times. All right. Is there an existing image of them? Kind of. Why are pre-made flashcards so expensive? You just buy paper and cut cards, right? I mean, there's production cost associated with it, so I kind of understand. But you're right, like far more expensive than they should be. They're kind of our images. So, like for example, we do have this version where you can see like the little candle bugs flying around, but they're a little bit more, shall we say, in active motion and too far away to see the details. We also have socials. There we are. We also have this one, but again, like doesn't really give a good sense of it. If I had to explain the anatomy of a candle bug, it's almost like are they called daffodils? Dandelions? Dandelions. It's like a little insect that's covered in like dandelion fronds, almost like optic fibers that when it produces bioluminescence, it like travels along all of the different fibers, and that's how it illuminates itself. But apart from that, we don't have like an actual image, you know? Hi, Lils. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. That's actually so cool. Yeah, and the way that they move around is like dandelions. They just kind of float. They're also incredibly fibrous, so they stick to textiles like crazy. I know of a particular mod of mine who loves getting a whole bunch of them stuck to them and running into the tavern and depositing them inside, but I'm not going to say names. You're doing good. Glad to hear. We are depicting the Pit King at the moment. 6 is rough. The 6 is rough. These things happen. It's tough. That's all right. Start low and build up. That's the best way. Would love to give it a try. Not sure you'll do it justice, but maybe that mod could tell you more about what they look like. Potentially so. And if that is appealing, which of the three challenges? Noctua, can you hear me? Thinking technique. Okay. You say the word technique, and as you do, it begins to glow slightly. The quill next to the page springs to life, writes your name at the bottom of the contract, and commits you to the quest. Good luck. Good luck. You asked Noctua? I didn't say nothing. I didn't say Noctua was consistently the problem when it comes to candlebug pollutants. I never said that those words never came out of my mouth. What you piece together from context clues, entirely on you. Rat check. Rats are plenty. Were you checking for rats for a particular reason, Noel? Or is it just simply peace of mind? 20 rats. Yeah, there you go. You identify 20 rats within the tavern, scampering around. Nobody else really sees them, but you have an eye for it. Rats are cute. You like rats? I think I could have a pet rat. I think I could. Obviously, I'd need to make sure that I had its shots and was healthy. But apart from that, I think I could own a pet rat. Pet tarantula? No. Probably couldn't do that. Pet dog? Probably no again, but for different... Like, I can't match the energy of a dog, unfortunately. I feel as though a dog would be very miserable with me. Wouldn't be able to go out for regular walks because I'm a hermit. Rat I could do though. I'm so happy with myself, by the way. I finally remembered that social media existed. Every time we raid somebody on Twitch, there's this moment of, I'm so sorry, I'm so embarrassed. I haven't posted anything onto my social medias in months, years. It's been generations since I've posted anything. But I finally remembered my password. That's the meme, right? That's the meme format. I finally remembered my password for my social medias. They're wonderful and super loving pets. Such short lives of only 2 to 3 years most of the time, so you have to be ready to say goodbye pretty early. That kind of sucks. I'd still enjoy it as a pet, I think. Last Mahali post on social media was 4,000 years ago, according to the scriptures. It's true. Legends say that the end times will be at hand once Mahali posts on Instagram again. Oh no, I just updated my feed. There he is. The end is nigh. No, I just need to. I'm not social media minded. I don't understand. For the longest time, and still to this day, I don't understand the Twitter platforms. So, Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, like that sort of thing. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. It's literally the meme of Limmy just going, I don't get it. It's just that's me looking at that social media. I don't understand the point. I was there, Gandalf, 4,000 years ago, when Mahali last posted in his socials before the fall of humanity. It was a beautiful thing. One post to rule them all. I've described myself at my happiest when I'm being a little caveman, where I've found a little corner of my cave. I've done up something nice on the wall. Like I've done art. Art has been done on the wall of the cave. There we go. Boom. And that's where it stays. I don't show anyone. I don't announce that I've done a thing. I keep it as a little secret to myself. That something, you can't get work as an artist if you keep it all to yourself. I guess. Why can't I be a secret artist, you know? Could you imagine? It's a Renaissance sort of era city with like peach-coloured stone brick houses, the slatted tiled roofs, the archways. There's a canal with gondolas going, and then you see like somebody in a coat, like a trench coat, a hooded cloak, sort of darting from shadow to shadow, and they approach a door through like 3 alleyways. They knock, knock, knock. Little eye cover slides out of the way. What is it? What's the password? Mahali's Tavern. It's like, oh, yeah, all right. What do you want? Artwork, please. All right. And then that's how it happens. It's secret. You know? Wouldn't that be fantastic for me? Specifically, personally. Banksy or whatever. Yeah. Literally me. Secret artists with secret pay, kept secret from me and not paying me. If they're not paying me, well, I'd still need to get paid, I guess. But I don't know. Just a bit of secrecy. Because like what? Like, oh no. People don't see my artwork. I mean, I guess, but like, I don't know. Secret drink. Oh, okay, okay. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened. You better enjoy these jewels that I'm making for you, Pit King. It's taking an effort and a half. They're going to look very pretty, though. Hi Galactica, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. Raid incoming. Hi Grobert, how you doing? Lux. Fairy Chaos, hi. How'd we go? How was stream? Freak. Helpful Doodles, hi. What'd you get up to? Oh, 16 ain't bad. 16 ain't bad at all. Art. Hell yeah. Awesome. Was good. I'm glad to hear. The usual, Galactica. If you've got anything that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see. But otherwise, if you've got a raid and run to look after yourself after stream, any sort of post-stream self-care that you got to go and get yourself sorted with, please, I insist that you do. Food, drink, sleep, decompress, whatever you need. Go get yourself sorted. Hi, Grey Mouse. How you doing? Welcome in. Danny, hi. How'd we go? Did we have fun? Did we have fun at Galactic Cats? I reckon we did. It's a good time. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator. So I do scenes, portraits, characters, creatures, basically anything fantasy, more or less. If you enjoy that sort of thing, you might enjoy it here. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Today in particular, we are working on The Pit King. The Pit King. We have a couple of versions of him. Like we've got this version, we've got the emote. Digi's done up a portrait of him before, but I haven't done a portrait. I haven't had the honor of depicting the Pit King before. So I'm wanting to do my own little rendition. So I'm excited. I'm excited. We're currently working on his jewelry, which is taking a little bit of time, but it'll be worth it in the end. It'll look phenomenal. Spectacular. Your Twitch circle is literally a circle. I mean, what can I say? Birds of a feather. You have a photo of your Pokemon you painted tonight? Yeah, yes, please. Send it through. Would love to see. Both directly in the chat and the Discord if you'd like to. Would love to see. Could start at one end and raid clear through to the other, looping over several times. I would not disagree. I feel as though Ashweep, hi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? I feel as though like our crowd is pretty like-minded. We we notice other chill people and we're like, this person has a nice vibe. Let's have a look. Oh, huzzah! Glorious. It's, don't tell me. It's on the tip of my tongue. I don't know why I keep forgetting this Pokemon's name. It's Smeargle. It's Smeargle. It's the one where when you use moves against it, it can permanently learn any move in the game. It's very good. It's very strong. It's very good. And you've done a wonderful job with it. How? Ooh, is this like playing card sized? Graphite eye, obviously. True. What size is it? You've done a wonderful job. It's postcard size. Whoa, okay, a little bit bigger. It looks amazing. I love the spilled paint all over the place, on the feet, on the floor, on the canvas. Eventually, amazing job. Amazing job. Guys, if you're not following Galacticat, highly recommend. Super chill, wonderful place, wonderful person. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Thank you for the follow, Forsaken. Welcome in. How you doing, bud? Who's this pretty human being? It's not a human being. It is a Pokemon from the 4th generation, I think. Both Batmans are awesome. Are you guys... I did not see you still tinkering away in the canvas. Where did medieval Batman go with sword? Second generation, is it? Has Charizard why scrambled my brain that much? Well, don't forget that I never played second gen until the Nuzlocke last year. Like I hadn't played it up until then. I wasn't familiar. Thank you. Of course, Galactica. I'm saying words. I'm seeing what is in front of me and I'm describing it. If that came across as a compliment, that speaks more to your work than it does of the words that I've chosen. Rip medieval Batman. Did she? You monster. Hey, it's on, by the way, Rain. I hope you're doing well, bud. But yes, that offer to Galactica extends to anybody who's come in with the raid. If you have to look after yourself, like if it's bedtime, if you haven't eaten, if you are dehydrated or even within the neighborhood of dehydration, anything like that, I insist that you go and get yourself sorted. You can come back if you want to, but get yourself sorted first and then we'll hang out, okay? Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it, bud. Gotta know when to cut your losses and start over. I feel as though you can cut your losses and not delete your artwork, though. I feel as though that is a thing that you can decide to do. Came with Galactica. Really enjoying how calm and soothing my voice is. Thank you. I appreciate it. Could have started another and left the one with plenty of room. Yeah, that's my thought. Doing great. How am I? Yeah, doing a lot better. A lot better. I was sick over the weekend, but after I took a little bit of time off, like I didn't stream on Saturday, for example, fully bounced back with a vengeance. Hi Jinx, how you doing, bud? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enhance. You could have enhanced. Wasn't something you want in the one. At the end of the day, it's your choice. If you deem like, I really dislike this artwork and I don't want to see it ever again, sure. I guess. A hesitant harumph and nodding of the head from me, I suppose. Not sure if there is one though. Just a bit of fun. That's the thing, right? It's a feel-good chill canvas. There's no standard to speak of. Why do some streams feel like home? I can hear you in the other room, Rain. It's probably because you're in my house right now. Do need to do your after-stream care, so you shall look after yourself, bud. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for raiding. I hope you're doing well. It's your standard, not the canvases. Don't drop characters till the DVD commentary. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. I'd be a hippogriff if I were to say otherwise. I do the exact same thing. You mean yes, that too, but it's such a good feeling. Being in my house, I thank you. Just be careful with things, okay? Don't break anything. Just loaded the project file. You love the intro. I'm glad. That was the little edit that I wanted to do. There's still a little bit more cutting later on in the video that needs to happen. I trimmed as much as I could early on, but I realized that I was trying to juggle too much, so I handballed it where it was at. Well, I heard that shatter, Rain. I heard it. That better not be the fine drinking, the crystal vials. What are they called? The ones that I definitely have. Sorry, past tense. You'll look another day. Thanks for sending it your way, of course. Thank you for picking up my slack. It was your back? My stuff is good. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, your back shattered and made like a noise? Oh no. That's bad. That's not good. Slack, pish posh. Oh, what was that thing that I just decided to be distracted by? Must have been the wind. You cracked it back into place. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, completely out of nowhere. Completely out of nowhere. I got to do a thing in D&D on Sunday that I haven't been able to do up until now, and I was so glad. I finally got the opportunity to... there's a thing that you can do when you're DMing in D&D where if somebody needs to make like a split-second decision, you can start counting down. Like, okay, this is happening. You've got a moment. And if they're taking a little bit of time, you can be like 10, 9, 8, 7. Something's going to happen. 5, 4. And you're like spurring them to motion. I got an opportunity to do it. And it went well. It went well. It worked as I wanted it to. So satisfying. It can be quite tempting to, at the drop of a hat, just sort of implement all of the little bells and whistles that you've picked up along the way. Like, oh, well, you know, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. But if you try and do all of it at the same time, one, you start overusing techniques, but also two, you start implementing them in ways that they're not very well implemented in, you know. Such a good session. Such a good session. Ten, 9. I'm not worried. 6, 5, 4. Guys, someone tell me what to do. Help. Yeah, pretty much. I've been wanting to use that for years at this point, but I just haven't run something with enough stakes for it to be effective, you know? You can't be like, you're in the local potion shop and you've got to pick between a potion of water breathing and just a regular healing potion. 10, 9, 8. It's like, oh, but I'll take my time with my shopping, please, and thank you. A countdown always triggers you to panic. That's the thing, is because it was a very apocalyptic situation that they were in, it was perfect. Them panicking was very in character for where they were at. Such a kick-ass session. Yes, I ended the session with a massive grin on my face. That was Wonderful time. Wonderful time. Speaking of a wonderful time, it has been an hour. Boy, has the time flown. We only have 40 minutes left of the stream. Okay, I need to take a break for a little bit to do my stretches. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, get a bit of circulation going. If you're thirsty, grab some water. If you're hungry, grab a snack. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away doing my stretches anyway, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour or so. For the rest of stream. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Hi. Hi, Vita. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. That's still your solution? Add fire to the fire? No, that's fair. You can't spell, little known fact actually, you can't spell de-escalation without fireball. Spams X to doubt? I don't know. De-escalation. It's just like it's, you know, it's in there. It's like it's a pterodactyl situation. For anyone who has recently joined us, we are working on the Pit King in all his majesty. Look at him. Oh my goodness, what a specimen. We've got little bits and pieces of him all over the place. Like we've got that poster of him when maybe like it was a different time. We've got the emote. Digi has done a wonderful portrait of the Pit King. But I've wanted to do a portrait of him for the longest time. So I take my initiative. I do what I want. You're cool. It's medieval Batman. We'll have to wait. Completely fine. Digi, if anything, I believe I did say that after I stopped reading, like we'll put that on pause for a little bit and we'll come back to it next time I read. I recommend I recommend that you do take a break from it. I do recommend that you take a break from it. Love what you've done, but don't overextend yourself. You got time. You got time. We've got a few more chapters if we need the poo to read through. Fireball solves everything. This can be true. Quick, we need to save this orphanage from the Tarask attack. I got one spell that comes to mind. Oh, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I have to mention you're picking every time. But it's heckin' cool, so I'm gonna anyway. So, there. I recommend that people check out because the Pit King's portrait is being used for, I believe, his law entry, if my memory serves me correctly. And I anticipate it will stay like that, even after this is done. Forever young. Pit King wishes to be forever young. I like the idea of both being canon. Like, Pit King used to have beard. Pit King used to have full head of hair. Pit King used to be a little bit more sleek. But the crown lays heavy upon the head, I suppose. Forever Pit. You want to be forever Pit? Fair. Fair-ever. You can't find Digi's piece easily. It's the portrait for Pit King in the law entry and characters, but it's also in Pit Tavern fan art as well. Should be. It's buried. It is. If you burn the orphanage down, then there are no orphans to save. Hooray! No! Problem solving. No, crimes. Itchy nose. Is it? It's Kung Fu Panda 2, right? I will forever think of Master Oogway whenever my nose itches. It just every time. Inner peace. Inner peace. Itchy nose. Found a really good pit drawing by Jade. Ooh. Is this in fan art? You say all of this as you've never played a character with the spell Fireball. Oh no. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, yep. This is more accurate as a like a Tavern and Pit illustration than the one that I've got at the moment. It's so good. It's so good. Found him? There he is. There he is with crown and everything. What an absolute legend. Harumph. Sorry, did I say beard? I meant to say mutton chops. Look at these massive links. I know. It's the Discord link problem. I don't think I've had a character with... No, I haven't. I've never played a character with the spell Fireball either. I don't think I've ever played a wizard. I think I would enjoy playing a wizard quite a bit. Actually, for real. I kind of get to play as a wizard, sort of, through one of my NPCs at the moment, but it's not the same. It's just not the same. Your big king is more of a Robert Baratheon type of king. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Barry's loving your room tonight, laying in the path of the heater. I was gonna say, is it Bear loves your room or Bear loves the foot heater? What is his advisor's name? Oh, I'm terrible with names. Well, you've brought him to life, did you? I feel as though it's only fair if you were to give him a name. You were thinking Chelsea? Feels funny. I feel like it's an opportunity to have like a Wormtongue-esque name. That would be, it'd be so good. It's a juicy name. We were talking about, what? Juicy rings before, right? I feel like it would be a juicy name to go with like a Wormtongue-esque name. You're just not smart enough to play characters with a lot of spells. Had a bad time with Druid. Yeah, that's fair. You're right. Like, the problem is not just lots of spells, but also can be any spell in the entire spell list. Yeah. Adeline Visor. Good old Ad. The name is Ad. Ad Visor. Okay, that's maybe a little bit too on the nose. But is there too on the nose when Grima Wormtongue exists as a name? And like Scar and Snivel Sneed? Yeah, something like that has a good feeling to it. I do like Snivel Sneed quite a lot. Has almost like an evil Dr. Zeus character vibe to it. Sniveler? Ooh, Sniveler Sneed? There's a Marvel hero called Black Bolts. Should find out his real name. Oh, here we go. The guy that like can speak damage, right? That's the one. Black Bolt Marvel. Come on, Wikipedia. Ah, that's right. I've seen this before. It is egregious. This is disgusting. You ready to retch with me? 3, 2, 1. Black Bolt, also known as Blackagar Boltagon. Oh boy. Writing certainly happened. There were certainly script writers in the script writing room. There were certainly writers that decided on a thing. Blackagar Boltagon is rough. That's rough. That's one of those names where you're like, thanks, parents. No, thanks. Hell yeah. Really appreciate that one. Snivel Sneed is so good, Billy. It shall be so. Snivel Sneed, advisor to the Pit King. Lock it in. Law. Lamau, whose idea is this? Whose idea was this? Who? Blackagar Boltagon? Who? Can the real writer of Blackagar Boltagon please stand up? Because I want to throw a shoe at you. That's horrendous. Because here's the thing. Comics aren't fundamentally against doing stupid, right? Like you've got what's he? The Riddler, who's what's the name of the Riddler again? It's something ridiculous. Edward Nigma. That's right, Enigma. That's the name. That's the name of the Riddler. Enigma. Of course it is. Dr. Otto Octavius for the octopus. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why not? Harleen Quinzel is disgusting as well. Ugh. I mean, the character's fine. That name, though, please. I vaguely remember Poison Ivy's real name being particularly tip of the hat as well. But regardless, like whoever's coming up with these names need to be held to account. They need to take responsibility for their crimes. Gonna release the advisor from a magic jail just so you can chant, "I've decreed that Snivel Sneed has been freed." It's a good time. It's a good mouthfeel. Garfield is pretty stupid. Cats don't even know what Monday is. Batman's real name is Bartman. No, Bruce Wayne isn't too bad. Dr. Pamela Lillian Isley. It's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was. Harleen Quinzel is atrocious though. Get used to some. Yeah, to a degree. Dr. Victor Freeze. Ugh. Piss off. Horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. What are we doing? Yeah, good point. Good point. Good. Victor Von Doom. Are you kidding me? It's not exclusively in comic books either. It rears its ugly head in all sorts sort of forms of literature. What was the one that I saw the other day? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. One comes to mind. Yes. Okay. You ready? You ready? In Warhammer 40k, Lion L. Johnson is one of the names of one of the major characters. It's a Primarch, whatever. You don't need to know what that means. Is an important character, Lionel Johnson. His name, in his original language of where he comes from, Caliban, is Lion of the Forest. You're telling me that Lion L. Johnson translates to Lion of the Forest? Why did Lion stay the same? And how the hell is L. Johnson of the Forest? Remus Lupin. Oh, yeah, across the board. There's cheesy, and then there's like, come on. Really? Calendar Man, also known as Julian Day. Of course it is. You love role-playing your druid, though. She was a sassy / grumpy Sphinx tabaxi. Cute. Very cute. There's on the nose, and then there's whatever the heck that is, you know? It's fine if it's supposed to be like a joke character, but a lot of these characters are supposed to be taken at face value. I just can't do it. Ah, Mr. Bond, I see you only have 150 points of troops left. I'm going to field my commander. Using my drop pod that I have designated points for. What do you say now, Mr. Bond? Don't get you started on the fastest man on Earth is called Usain Bolt. Does anyone know? Was that his name at birth? Both Mahali and any other Pokemon Champions players gotten any shinies yet? Nope. Not a single one. With a few exceptions, I've done like the daily retrieve a free character or whatever. No shinies. King Gambit and Arbok. Oh, King Gambit is a good pull. King Gambit is a very good pull. It's too late, Mr. Bond. I have 100,000 power in Rise of Kingdoms. Yeah, exactly. But I literally can't reach that score even if I started right now. Correct. Oh, don't even get me started. I fundamentally dislike gacha games. Fundamentally dislike them. Just the very concept of, yeah, so get started now and you'll forever have an advantage over anybody else. But also the people who spend lots and lots and lots of money will also have an advantage over you too. So like if you start now and you spend all the money, you'll win. Ugh. Ugh. You're attacking for lethal. What you have failed to notice, Mr. Bond, is my face-down magic cylinder. What will you do now, Mr. Bond? What will you do now with all your might, Mr. Bond? Mystic Typhoon? Frick. MST for the win. You have need of Snivel Sneed. Fetch him quick. He must be freed. Hearken to this decree. The Sniveling Sneed must be must help me lead. Is that the... Here, let me attempt that again with smoothness. I have need of Snivel Sneed. Fetch him quick, he must be freed. Hearken to this decree. The snivelling Sneed must help me lead. Is that like the call to action of the current Pit King, sort of orchestrating some sort of mutiny? Like in DM, I know. It's my this is my moment. Don't like games that abuse how gambling affects the mind to drive you to keep playing. That's the thing. Like that's the thing. Is if it's the stress, it's the stressing on FOMO mechanics specifically. If it was just Gamba, it's fine, whatever. It's the Gamba with also there being like time factors at play. Like, quick, you got to pull from this banner or else you got to lose the opportunity to pull for this character for like 6 months to a year. So, ugh, yuck. Yucky. Yuck, I say. Or ever. Yeah, or ever. It's the worst. I play these games for fun, not even rated decks like Punk. Play stuff like Radiant MST in casual lobbies, Mr. But I know. It's like land destruction in MTG. What kind of special monster are you? I truly can't say it enough. I know that I'm not reading Winnie the Pooh right here, right now. But the fact that the Winnie the Pooh reading is still going means that I get full permission to thank you again. Hanging out in the tavern is a pure joy. I chalk that up entirely to such wonderful company. Cough, Pokemon Go, cough. Yeah. Oh, it's funny because anytime I see a Pokemon implement FOMO mechanics, strangely enough, it's not even a conscious decision. I tend to find that I just stop playing it. I just fall off. It happened with Pokemon Pocket, the game where you open up digital packs. I didn't feel like I was like incentivized necessarily to open up packs like for money. Like I didn't really need to spend money to do it. It was just a fun thing to do on a daily basis. But they started ramping up the release schedule of new packs, like newer packs kept coming out. And it just meant that I didn't feel like I had the time to slowly just eventually open up the cards that I wanted. I don't need that kind of stress in my life, you know? I'm stressing about other things. I don't want to stress about Pokemon. I want to play Pokemon Champions and stress about that instead. The meltdown your son had this weekend over not being able to participate in the Go Fest? Yep. It's just unhealthy, in my humble opinion. It's unhealthy to have that degree of, like, I've got to drop everything and do this. So, no. I'm good. I'm good, actually. I'm good. Your mum was wondering why the city was so full of people just standing around this week. It's still that popular? I mean, it doesn't truly surprise me, but I did drop off quite a while ago, so I'd assumed that most other people had as well. Go Fest was so sick though. Got so much XP. Fair. It's one of those things where I think the thing that really makes me uncomfortable is the fact that it's marketed towards kids. If you're an adult and you're like, I understand what this thing is doing, I understand that it's asking for a lot of my time, and I'll happily give it my time. Like I deem it to be something that I'm, willing to have fun with. That's one thing, but it's the fact that like kids are getting addicted before they even understand what the concept of addiction is terrifying. Used to play it a lot too. Felt like a chore. Yep. That's the thing, right? Is if you're spending like a couple of hours each day, maybe not a couple of hours in the case of Pokemon Go, but if you're spending like a big chunk of time every day doing your quote unquote dailies, I don't know, like I don't want to spend that time on that. I instead, again, want to spend my time crying, losing to Whimsicott. That is what I want to waste my time on. Thank you. Gonna burn all the Whimsicotts. It's not so bad. I think now that I've got a winning matchup against the team, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. But if you've got a losing matchup into Whimsicott, oh, I do not envy you. I do not envy you in the slightest. It is rough out there. You got back into Yakuza 1 save last week. Remembered how fun that game is on the last chapter now. Nice. I feel as though there are a few games like that would tickle my fancy. I would absolutely eat a Guild Wars 2 right now. I'm not going to do it because I know I will, in the long run, be upset that I spent some more time on it. But that is a good game. That is a very good game. It's received a ton of content. Not sponsored. Received a ton of content since I stopped playing it a few years ago. So I would have so much to play. And then apparently like the third one is coming out as well. I can't do it to myself though. I would actually be miserable if I lost 6 months to Guild Wars 2. You never got into MMOs, luckily. I mean, my gang gonna jump on it? No, probably not. I think the closest thing to an MMO that I'd be okay with is Destiny, and only because it's dead now, which means that they can't add more content. If they kept adding more content to Destiny, I probably wouldn't be interested because again, that FOMO thing, like I'm not interested in trying to keep up with the content treadmill. That's the part of MMOs that I just can't engage with nowadays. Actually, with Guild Wars 3 coming out, maybe Guild Wars 2 dies and then I can play it? Perhaps. Have I ever tried Cabal Online? No? Good, stay away from it. You never got into MMOs, luckily? Yeah. If another Whimsicott dodges your rock slide, you're going to throw hands. That's the thing, right? Is I feel as though the current meta is very, very gamba. It's very, 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 very high gambling. Heat wave, rock slide, triple axle kick, everything. Rain isn't too gambly. I hate Will-O-Wisp with a fiery passion, pun intended. Ugh. But yeah, good that you haven't gotten stuck into MMOs. Within reason, like they can be fun. You can meet amazing people through MMOs. You can. So there's that potential wasted opportunity. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's your choice, you know, like what you decide to sink hours into. Especially after a long day, if you just want to sit down and enjoy yourself, MMOs are not too bad. It's only because I've got art as like a hyper-focus that the thought of spending time hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours grinding something makes it seem unappealing. They might do a Path of Exile 2 and just keep supporting the last game, since it will still have a player base, since people don't want to give up on their characters. They'll probably still support it in the sense that like servers will be up, but I don't anticipate, because they did the same thing with Guild Wars 1, where they didn't keep producing stuff for it, although it wasn't technically an MMO, but they didn't keep producing stuff for it. They've just made it evergreen. That feels a little bit better. Let's bump up the render size a little bit. Guild Wars 2 was twice as long as 1, 2 though. Never know. 2 to 3. Sure. That's fair. I think with I can't speak to Path of Exile, but the amount of time that you need, like time and resources that you need to pump into keeping an MMO going, I can't imagine developing for 2 MMOs simultaneously. That seems kind of insane. I mean, hey, people have done amazing things that I'm not capable of. Maybe that's the case here. Next cheeky question is, would we mind terribly if after we've finished with the Winnie the Pooh reading, if I post that canvas into the community canvas channel? Because it's not technically a community canvas in the sense that it's not like one of the Fridays that we do. But it's like technically a community canvas at the same time, because it is a community canvas. The way Path of Exile handles it is that they just never release new content for PoE 2 and just PoE 1. Oh. So they released PoE 2 as like a final, like a whole thing, and then stopped supporting. That's weird. Put it in there, coach. Yeah, I reckon. Speaking of being proactive with things, we are about to wrap up in a couple of minutes. So in 1 minute, in 30 seconds. Oh God, the Doom counter. It's starting. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. You mean the PoE2 updates are crazy? So, right. Fair. That makes sense, because it would take more time to develop for a more complicated system. There's a community canvas channel. Yeah, there is. It's in conversations. I can ping you, Phil. I can send you a link if anything, actually. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you had fun. We are basically done with all of the beads and knickknacks and little clacky bits on the Pit King's necklace. So next time, we should be able to shift to more of the actual clothing itself, do like a final bit of a shadow pass on underneath all of the accessories, some shadows underneath the cloak and that sort of thing. Hi, Void. Hey, Bud. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yes, quick little thing to mention before I head off. Wednesday, it was supposed to be today, but I'm pivoting it to Wednesday. We have the third package of 3 that will be opening up as part of a trail of riddles. If I fail in guessing what the package is correctly, I will have hit strike 3, which will unlock a 24-hour stream. So let's hope that I guess correctly this time. The other thing to mention is we're approaching the halfway mark in July. If you want to participate in Art Fair, which will be celebrated at the end of the month, look to the Art Fair channel at the bottom of the Discord for all the details, what the prompt is for this month, how to enter it, what the details are, that sort of thing. I did guess the music boxes correctly. I guessed one of them correctly with assistance. So I count it as like a half and half. So where it's not a clean success. But yes, thanks for hanging out. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Bye.